Good morning, Prof. Hanafi. Selamat datang ya. Nah,
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam Pak Hanafi.
Apa khabar, Prof?
Sehat ya?
Alhamdulillah sehat. Lama tak jumpa.
Good morning. Good morning, Miss Konopon. Ya. Assalamualaikum, Bu Marlina.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bu Marlina, apa khabar?
Alhamdulillah.
Bu Marlina, apa khabar?
Ya, beberapa.
Alhamdulillah, Prof. Hanafi sehat.
Ya.
Alhamdulillah sehat.
Morning.
Good morning, Pak David. Pak David. Prof. David.
Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi. Prof. David. Ya.
Selamat pagi, Dr. Marlina.
Ya. Ibu Marlina.
Selamat pagi.
Prof. David, how many words you can speak bahasa Indonesia? How many words?
About that many.
Oh ya.
10 words.
Bahasa Indonesia ya.
Prof. Hanafi.
Yeah.
Dr. David can speak bahasa.
I learned it from you, is it? Oh, good. Maybe next time you can present your paper using Indonesian language.
Alhamdulillah, kita sudah cukup. Oh Pak Kawai, Mr. Kawai. Belum.
Assalamualaikum Pak Dekan.
Waalaikumsalam.
Kawai Bu. Good morning, Prof. Kawai. Halo.
Good morning.
Ya, oke. Thank you. Udah lengkap.
Assalamualaikum Pak Dekan.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sehat Pak Dekan.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, mantap.
Apa Prof. Dekan?
Ya, Prof. Hanafi.
Ya, apa khabar?
Alhamdulillah kabar baik, sehat.
Alhamdulillah.
Kamera kan itu. Ya, kita bisa lupa.
Anak pun sudah bergabung. Pak Davi.
Ada
Prof.
Marlina.
Ada apa?
Anak pun sudah bergabung.
Udah.
Yes.
Udah.
Hello.
Hai. Hai.
Ya.
How are you?
Hai. You. How are you, Le?
I'm good, thank you.
Ya sudah cukup ya. Bisa
You
ya.
are so beautiful today.
Thank you.
Halo, Septia.
Yes, Pak.
Udah siap kan?
Sudah, Pak.
Ya.
Tinggal nunggu Pak Rektor ya, Pak ya?
Ya, wakil satu.
Iya. Oke, siap, Pak. Thank you, Pak.
Wakil Rektor 1, Bapak Dr. Reynaldi.
also will send here.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Profesor Ganefri PhD, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang.
Universitas Negeri Padang merupakan perguruan tinggi negeri terakreditasi unggul di Indonesia, memiliki 8 fakultas dan 1 program pasca sarjana dengan 42 program studi terakreditasi A.
My name is Farhan
and I'm Hifzi Liman
and we are students from Republic Polytechnic in Singapore.
Kami akan membawa ilmu dari Universitas Negeri Padang ini ke Papua untuk membangun Papua lebih baik.
Hello everyone, nama saya Maria Adeline Doroin. I'm from Capiz State University, Philippines. It's worth to remember and worth to share to the world.
Mabuhay UNP!
Selain akreditasi dan juga fasilitas yang memadai, Universitas Negeri Padang juga mempersiapkan mahasiswanya untuk dapat bersaing di dunia pekerjaan termasuk di dunia internasional.
Universitas Negeri Padang memiliki fasilitas dan infrastruktur yang lengkap seperti laboratorium dan peralatan praktik yang canggih, perpustakaan pusat dan ruang baca yang tersebar di seluruh fakultas dan program studi, pusat bisnis, fasilitas olahraga, auditorium, masjid, klinik, asrama mahasiswa internasional, serta dukungan jaringan internet dengan kapasitas 2,5 GB per detik. Universitas Negeri Padang juga memiliki UNP Hotel and Convention standar hotel bintang 3. Capaian dan prestasi terbaik Universitas Negeri Padang dalam 4 tahun terakhir adalah Terbaik 1 PTN kategori BLU dalam program Kegiatan dan Anggaran tahun 2018. Penghargaan dari Menristek Dikti sebagai penyelenggara kontes mobil hemat listrik terbaik tahun 2018. Penghargaan sebagai PTN pengelola aset terbaik di Indonesia. Universitas Negeri Padang juga berhasil menjadi juara 1 PTN Satker dan BLU yang berhasil melaksanakan SPMI dan pembudayaan mutu tingkat nasional. Capaian berikutnya adalah UNP dinobatkan sebagai perguruan tinggi terbaik 2 nasional dalam pelayanan informasi melalui website dan penghargaan sebagai perguruan tinggi informatif di Indonesia. Mahasiswa Universitas Negeri Padang berprestasi dan berkontribusi dalam berbagai bidang seperti akademik, olahraga, seni dan budaya, baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Dalam rangka mewujudkan visi sebagai universitas unggul dan bermartabat di Asia tahun 2024, UNP kini fokus meningkatkan kualitas program studi untuk terakreditasi unggul di BAN PT, serta mendapat sertifikat dan akreditasi internasional.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start our international conference. For Miss Tita, time is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished guest, participant, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Good morning, I am Septia Handayani from Universitas Negeri Padang as your Master of Ceremony today. We are delighted to welcome you to the second International Conference on Special Education and Social Inclusion held by Special Education Department of Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. Before we start, here are the rules for today's webinar. As a participant, you have a very restricted rights. You can only see and listen to the presenters, which means you have to mute your mic. As a participant, you can use the chat room for asking the questions to the speakers. Please do not use it for other topics or internal discussion. You can send us the questions in Bahasa Indonesia. We will help you to translate into English. Presence link will be shared in the chat room. Before we proceed to the program today, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to Excellencies, the Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, the Dean of Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, our keynote speakers, and all the guests and participants. Our opening ceremony will begin by playing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Recitation of the Holy Quran by Rubai Nabila.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu idza qila lakum tafassahu fil majalis إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The report from the chairman of the committee to Dr. Damri MPD. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Terima kasih. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Best wishes to all for youth. Welcome to second International Conference in Special Education and Social Inclusion, the held by Department of Special Education, Education Faculty, Universitas Negeri Padang, Padang State University, West Sumatra, Minangkabau. Friday, 11 September 2020. Excellencies, Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, that now representing by Dr. Refnaldi, the Honorable Dean of Faculty, Education Faculty, UNV, Mr. Professor Dr. Rusdinal MPD, Head of the Special Education Department, Dr. Nur Hastuti MPD, Mr. and Miss Lector and the ECC committee, particularly and the Honorable, our keynote speaker, Professor David Evans, PhD, Professor from Sydney University, Australia. Good morning, Professor Nurinom, MA, MED, PhD, CSS, SLV from Hiroshima University, Japan. Good morning, Prof. Nuri Kawai.
Good morning.
Yeah. Next,
Nice to see you.
Profesor Dr. Muhammad Hanafi Yasin from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Selamat pagi, Prof. Hanafi. Halo, selamat pagi, Prof. Hanafi. Next.
Assalamualaikum, Prof. Apa kabar?
Waalaikumsalam.
Ada
kabar baik. Next, Kanoko Pibul Patanafong, PhD from Sirana Kawin Wirot University, Thailand.
Good morning.
Ya, good morning ya. And berikut Dr. Marlina MSc dari Universitas Negeri Padang, Faculty Education and Special Education. Ladies and Waalaikumsalam. Ladies and gentlemen, today's webinars carries the theme, the implementation of special education in society 5.0. The purpose of the webinar in the topic of what we need in implementing special education, especially in the society 5.0, especially in learning for students with special needs and inclusive education. This webinar we had for today. The first day will take place today, pre-day 11 September 2020 and Saturday 12 September 2020 for parallel session. Participant, we will facilitate in the participant with useful and interesting information, and for use and for those of you have submit an article, the article we will publish them in index journal. The all participant 3,272. We appreciate your presence and participant. I hope this seminar will be used. Thank you. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saudara-saudara kami, Bapak-Bapak Ibu dari Sivitas Akademika Universitas jurusan PLB seluruh Indonesia yang bergabung dengan kami, marilah kita ikuti seminar internasional ini dan akan kita ikuti dengan sebaik-baiknya. Karena narasumber kita berasal dari 5 negara. Marilah kita ikuti ini dengan sebaik-baiknya dari awal sampai akhir. Terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Dr. Damri MPD. Next is the welcoming speech that will delivered by the Dean of the Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. Please welcome Professor Dr. Rusdinal MPD.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Alladzi hamdan katsiran kama amar. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarikalah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh la nabiyya ba'da. Amma ba'd. Upon the grace of Allah Almighty and mercy, and our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam as the role models of human in universe. The Excellency Rector Universitas Negeri Padang, which is represented by Associate Professor Refnaldi Emlit. The Honorable Vice Dean and all professors at Faculty of Education. The Honorable Chairman and Secretary of Special Need Education Study Program. The Honorable, our invited speakers, Professor David Evans, PhD, from University of Sydney, Australia. Good morning, Mr. David.
Pagi.
Professor Norimune Kawai, MA, MED, PhD, CCS, SLP, Hiroshima University, Japan. Good morning, Professor Kawai. Next, Kanapon Pibul Watanapong, PhD, Srinak Karin Wirot University, Thailand. Good morning, Kanapon.
Good morning.
Next, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Hanafi Muhammad Yasin from UKM, Malaysia. Selamat pagi. Associate Professor Marlina from Universitas Negeri Padang. Nice to meet you all. The Honorable, the Chief of Committee and committee members, the Honorable, all lecturers, staff, students, and audience. It is an honor to invite and welcome you all the International Conference webinar, Special Need Education Study Program, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, which is held on September 11 to 12, 2020, under the theme, the implementation of special education in the society 5.0. Society 5.0 refers to an anthropocentric society that achieves economic development and resolve social issues by mixing together the cyber realm, virtual space, and the physical realm, actual space, at an advanced level. The aim of Society 5.0 is to create a new society that follows after the hunting society, agricultural society, industrial society, and information society, Society 4.0. The concept of Society 5.0 was promoted for the first time in Japan. Fifth Science and Technology Basic Plan as the future shape of society that Japan should aim for. Education was no longer centered upon a back and forth between students and teachers, but instead on a more network approach, with students having their own direct connection to a variety of different information sources. This encourages the development of a more personalized way of learning, where the student independence and unique approach to study was celebrated. Industrial Revolution focuses on smart technology, artificial intelligence, and robotics, all of which now impact our everyday life. Of course, universities continue to produce successful graduates. They must prepare the student for a world where this cyber physical system are prevalent across all industries. This means teaching students about technology as a part of curriculum, changing of approach to learning altogether, and utilizing this technology for special need education. How to verify qualified human source in the future. Hope we could learn something new from our invited speakers. Please enjoy this best event. Next, we would like to invite the Rector Universitas Negeri Padang, which is represented by Associate Professor Refnaldi M. Lid, to open this international conference officially. Thank you for your best attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oh, thank you so much, Professor Dr. Rusdinal MPD. Now we would like to invite the Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang to give welcoming speech and to officially open this webinar. Please welcome Dr. Refnaldi SPD M.Lid.
Thank you. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Shalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiyal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi rasulillahi ajma'in. The Honorable Deputy Rectors of Universitas Negeri Padang, Deans of the Faculty of Education, Professor Rusdinal, Deputy Deans, invited speakers, distinguished guests, and participants. So the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic has changed modern society worldwide, and in particular, the way we work. There is an almost universal temporary ban on international travel as well as national travel. As a consequence, numerous congresses, conferences, scientific meetings, and workshops have either been cancelled or postponed. Thus, the traditional arena for exchanging ideas has come to a halt. However, many groups are utilizing modern technological solutions to offer online seminars in which we can all participate. So, I'm pleased to welcome you to the second International Conference on Special Education and Social Inclusion, organized by the Special Needs Education Department, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. We are now together witnessing the opening one of the 2020 International Conference Series in Universitas Negeri Padang, which has received generous support from many partners. Holding virtual international conference provides us new challenges, especially in managing participants and presentation schedules and the use of technology. And the theme of this conference is the implementation of special education in the Society 5.0. Ladies and gentlemen, UNESCO says that the COVID-19 pandemic has revealed vulnerabilities. It has also surfaced extraordinary human resourcefulness and potential. Decisions made today will have long-term consequences for the future of education. Choices must be based on humanistic vision of education and development and human rights. So the International Commissions on the Futures of Education presents 9 ideas for public action today that will advance education tomorrow. Number 1 is we have to commit to strengthen education as a common good. Education is a bulwark against inequalities. In education, as in health, we are safe when everybody is safe, and we flourish when everybody flourishes. Then we need to expand the definition of the right to education so that it addresses the importance of connectivity and access to knowledge and information. We need also to value the teaching profession and teacher collaboration. There has been remarkable innovation in the responses of educators to the COVID-19 crisis, with those systems most engaged with families and communities showing most resilience. Then we need to promote students, youth, and children's participations and rights. Intergenerational justice and democratic principle should compel us to prioritize the participation of students and young people broadly in the construction of the desirable change. We need also to protect the social spaces provided by the schools as we transform education. The school as a physical space is indispensable. Traditional classroom organization must give way to a variety of ways of doing school, but schools as a spread space-time of collective living, specific and different from other spaces of learning, must be preserved. Then we have to make free and open source technologies available to teachers and students. Open educational resources and open access digital tools must be supported. Education cannot thrive with ready-made content built outside of pedagogical space and outside of human relationship between teachers and students. And we have also to ensure scientific literacy within the curriculum. So this is the right time for deep reflection on curriculum, particularly as we struggle against the denial of scientific knowledge and actively fight misinformation. Then we need also to protect domestic and international financings of public education. So the pandemic has the power to undermine several decades of advances. National governments, international organizations, and all education and development partners must recognize the needs to strengthen public health and social services, but simultaneously mobilize around the protection of the public education and its financings. And the last one is we have to advance global solidarity to end current levels of inequality. COVID-19 has shown us the extent to which our societies exploit power imbalances and our global systems exploit inequalities. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the escalating COVID-19 pandemic at present affects not only the ways of life of people around the world, but also the whole economic system. So this is considered just the beginning of the nightmare, as global economies are expected to face another several months of economic recessions and several years of recovery. Business organizations must expeditiously launch rigorous measures to handle the situation. Among the early measures taken by the organizations are reducing costs and keeping expenses down, with more focus shifting to investment in technologies to optimize work processes, to gain competitive advantages and become a market leaders, especially in the fields of education. distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the academic staff, administrative staff, and students of Universitas Negeri Padang, we would like to thank our invited speakers, Professor David Evans from the University of Sydney. Good morning, David Evans. I was in Sydney in 1999 till 2000. I did my master in the University of Sydney. The second invited speakers, Professor Norimune Kawai from Hiroshima University, Japan. Then Associate Professor Kanoporn from Thailand. Dr. Marlina from Universitas Negeri Padang. And Associate Professor Muhammad Hanafi Muhammad Yasin from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. We also thank all parallel session speakers and of course participants for your contribution, which will make this conference a success. Who could have imagined a better exchange than seeing plenary speakers from several countries and representatives from many institutions here joining forces in the conference to share research findings and inspiring ideas. And the most important thing is having the opportunities to renew old friendships and make new acquaintances. And of course, we will learn new ideas from each other, which we can adopt and adapt to further improve our work in these important areas. I know that there will be many interesting, useful presentations, both in the plenary sessions and in parallel sessions. I believe many good experiences will be shared and good lessons will be learned. Members of the organizing committee have been working very hard. I'd like to thank them for their dedication, time, and effort. I wish also thank our patrons, individual and organization partners and volunteers. Without their generosity, we would not be able to create a total environment to support your full participation. Thank you all for your presence and participation. And you are the very important part of the conference success. Please enjoy the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the second International Conference on Special Education and Social Inclusion is officially opened. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Terima kasih.
Okay, as we have heard before that the second International Conference on Special Education and Social Inclusion with the theme, the implementation of special education in the Society 5.0 has been officially opened. Thank you to Dr. Refnaldi, SPDM Lead, for opening our webinar. Next agenda, which is our main program of our event, will be hosted by our moderator, Zulian Fikri, SPCMA. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Zulian Fikri, SPCMA.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Mr. and Madam speakers of this seminar or webinar, and distinguished guests and all the committee, I would like to express my deepest appreciations to all of you, especially for the speakers of this webinar and conference, International Conference of Special Education and Social Inclusion. I wish you all a good luck and all the participants can get various purpose and advantage of this webinar today. And I personally want to greet one of the speaker as my best friend, my sister, and my mentor, Madam Kanokpon Fibul Fatanawong, PhD. It's nice to see you, and I wish you and I wish you all the good luck today, and also the best presentations. Okay. For instance, for the first session of this webinar, the plenary session would be the discussion with Professor David Evans, PhD. Hello, Professor David.
Hello,
Professor
pagi.
David. Selamat pagi, Professor David. Thank you very much. Professor David is also the teacher of Kanokpon Fibul Fatanawong that I noticed. Thank you very much for joining us. This is a blessing to meet you here. Professor, today, before we start, I will introduce you into the audience by sharing your CVs on the screen.
Oh no, that's a terrible photo.
Yes. Firstly, I will read your CV here. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor David Evans, PhD, from Sydney School of Education and Social Works, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, University of Sydney. Professor David Evans is a professor of special and inclusive education in the Sydney School of Education and Social Work, University of Sydney. After graduating with his doctorate from the University of Oregon, he held university teaching positions at Edith Cowan University and Western Sydney University before taking up a position at the University of Sydney in 2002. David currently coordinates the mandatory special educations unit of study at the undergraduate level. Yes, at the postgraduate level, he teaches curriculum design and inclusive instructional practices. He has supervised more than 60 students in the honors and higher education research program in the faculty. His research examines attitude and practices and policy that supports all students to access and participate in education across multiple cultures and contexts. Much of this work is undertaken in a collaboration with research degree students, local and international colleges, for example, Indonesia, Thailand, and China. He is currently PI on an ARC linkage grant examining literacy and numeracy for disengaged youth. Okay, that's all. Well, maybe it's a short presentation for instance. And Professor David Evans, would you share the slides of presentation by yourself, or we will help you to display it?
I'll share from my.
Okay, what is the topic of the discussion today, Professor?
Inclusive education in society.
Okay, splendid. Okay, Professor, for instance,
Can you see that? Can you see my screen?
Yes, okay. Yes, I can see it on the screen, and it's very clear. And your sound is clear. For instance, I will give you the time for presentation, and Professor David Evans, PhD, the screen is yours.
Terima kasih Zulian Friki. Selamat pagi. I hope you are all well and safe.
Selamat pagi, Prof.
That's my bahasa. So I'm hoping everybody is safe and well, and that your families and your friends are also safe and well wherever you are, in Indonesia, in Thailand, Japan, or other parts of the world. Thank you very much to the conference organizers for inviting me back. It's a real pity that we couldn't meet in Padang, but it's wonderful to see you on screen. I would like to pay my respects to the Rector and Vice Rector of the university. I would like to thank the Dean of the Faculty of Education and the Head of School for Special Education. And in particular, I would like to pay my respects to the other invited speakers and to all of the delegates who are part of this wonderful conference. The topic of inclusive education is more important, I think, in 2020 in a COVID environment than it has ever been. I live in a society that has some very strong societal supports for those people who identify with a disability. And yet, even in a COVID context, some of the limitations of a well-funded and elaborate support mechanism can be found wanting. Persons with disability in our community have been disadvantaged or isolated even more through the COVID context. And in particular, we find students with disability being isolated through online learning and through omission from supports that are being put in place. So I would like to challenge you today to think about what you understand to be inclusive education. I have a meeting soon after this conference finishes with some colleagues to discuss that very question. What do we mean by inclusive education? For example, in Indonesia, I often hear people talk about inclusive schools. And I ask them, what do you mean by that? In Australia, I hear more and more the notion of this is an inclusive school. And again, I ask, what do you mean by inclusive? And the more and more I ask that question, the more and more I question my own beliefs about what really makes an inclusive school and what makes inclusive education. And I would like to spend a little bit of time this morning highlighting some of the international developments and then taking you into a specific look at the issue of curriculum. I will try and touch upon the concept of Society 5.0, and I thank my colleague Kanak Porn for informing me about the meaning of that. And in doing so, I would like to highlight some pitfalls that we have experienced in the past, but also to generate some hope that we can really include all persons as part of our society. So if I were to ask, and I don't need a response, but I would get you to write down or text your friend or put it somewhere, but to answer the question, what do you understand by inclusive education? Because when I ask that of teachers, I have some teachers tell me it's about all students being in the classroom. It's about all students being in the regular classroom. So it's a place. I hear some people talk specifically about students with disability. And I hear other people say it's a way of thinking. It's a way of believing. It's a way of viewing things. Only this morning, I received an email from my faculty, the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. And in that email, I must admit, I took a little bit of exception to some of the language that we used that I believed was exclusive. It excluded a group of students on the basis of a disability. And trying to get to people to think in an inclusive manner is something that we continue to work at. It is not a short-term project. It's a multi-generational project as we move forward. Okay. In 1994, the Salamanca Statement was released, and many countries, many parties were part of developing this particular statement. And it was one of the first international statements to mention the concept of inclusive education. And I see this quote I have put on the screen used in a number of articles recently, a number of academic discussions around inclusive education. For example, a wonderful academic and a wonderful thinker, Professor Lani Florian from the University of Edinburgh, uses this statement on a number of occasions. And when I was reading it the other day, I picked up on a couple of phrases, and I'm hoping that I can highlight them for you. It says regular schools are the most important, the most effective means of combating discriminatory attitudes. Now, when I read that this time, for me, it was about place. It was about a school. So I come back to that notion that inclusion and inclusive education, for some people, is about place. And I know that in Indonesia, many teachers and many people can think this way. As I read on, I was even more fascinated by this notion here of the majority of children. I'm not sure what happened to the word all, but the majority of children, that these schools can provide an effective education. What effective means is another question, to the majority of children. This is a common issue I even find in the Australian context. In a redevelopment of our Australian curriculum 10 years ago, or the development of a national curriculum 10 years ago, there was a time some of those early documents said this curriculum is for all students except students with disability. So one of the things that I think is really important here is that if we're talking about inclusive education for all students, I think we genuinely need to believe that it is about all students. In 2006, Indonesia, Australia, and about 160 other countries ratified the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. There have been subsequent, there were other conferences and conventions. I know that there was one held in Bangkok, for example, in about the year 2000. But the convention has a couple of statements in it. Fostering at all levels of the education system, including all children from an early age, an attitude of respect for the rights of persons with disabilities. When I look at this comment, the part that really jumps out at me is this: an education system. In my home state of New South Wales, our public education system is very good at including all children in an education. They are extremely good at doing that. But some people argue that it's not inclusive because students with disabilities are sometimes educated in another place other than the regular school. The convention talked about systems. My state government has a system that caters for all students. Is it inclusive? Some would say yes, some would say no. We then move on to the idea that state parties, Indonesia and Australia, for example, recognise the rights of persons with disabilities to an education without discrimination on the same basis as, or on the same basis of equal opportunity. Again, state parties shall ensure an inclusive education system at all levels. It's about a system. It doesn't mention the regular classroom. It doesn't mention the regular school. So an education system could have multiple choices for people. The key point here for me also is on the same basis, that they will receive an education on the same basis. It doesn't say that the students have to achieve the same outcome. It doesn't say that the education needs to be the same. For example, there are many schools in Australia, and I know this also happens in Indonesia, that use textbooks. I know it happens in Thailand. So a textbook, one textbook for all students, seems to be a disabling action because it makes the assumption that all students are the same. In my home state, in the teachers who I work with, one of the things that they really have trouble dealing with is that if they don't teach the same material in the same way, students won't be able to do the end of year examination. I know that this is an issue in Indonesia in a similar way. Why do students have to do the same test? Why can't they do something that's slightly different, that demonstrates their learning, that demonstrates the teacher's efforts, that demonstrates that children and young adolescents are receiving an education? In my country, if you cannot undertake the national test for whatever reason, you don't do it. And as a result, you are not counted in the accountability mechanisms. In my own state, our Auditor General has brought the public school system to account for how good is the learning, what quality is the learning for students with disability, because at the moment they are left out of accountability mechanisms. Very, very important. So on the same basis is a really, really important concept in my head. The next point I would like to take from, or the next chronological movement, goes to 2014. And again, the United Nations put out a statement that talks about the right to free and compulsory education for persons with disabilities. It means the right to an inclusive education, whatever that means, to be enjoyed with other members of society. Okay. So we get to this notion that they will receive this education alongside their peers in society. Doesn't say the regular classroom. But that, I think, was the intent. So the right to an education on the same basis as, in my country, it's about the right to participate in education on the same basis as. That's our legislative wording. So to participate doesn't mean to learn. To participate does not mean you have to be doing the same thing in the same way. Teachers and I think this is really, really important in this discussion and over the next 2 days, that teachers need to have the knowledge necessary to support inclusive education. I know that Dr. Marlena is going to be talking about differentiation, for example. I can see that Kanakporn is going to be talking about instruction, and some of the other speakers are going to be doing that as well. So teacher knowledge, empowering our teachers, in my view, is really, really important. And it was this statement in 2014 that highlighted how we need to focus on that. In 2016, the United Nations put out another document, which I have not listed here, the General Comment number 4. And one of the statements in that, 10 years after the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, is that the United Nations considered that countries to this point had disappointing outcomes in regards to inclusive education. In my country, where we spend a substantial part of our budget catering for students with disabilities, we were one of the countries, I believe, that had disappointing outcomes. We educate more students with disabilities in segregated settings, that is away from their regular classroom, today than we did 10 years ago. Are we being inclusive? Some people would argue we are. Some would argue quite strongly that we're not. That brings me to the General Education Monitoring Report for 2020 that was put out by UNESCO. And it's a 450-page document, and I happen to have picked out about 20 words that I think are really, really important. For me, they're really important. All children learn from the same flexible, relevant, accessible curriculum, one that recognises diversity and responds to various learners' needs. Notice that the word disability is not in there, but it is part of the diversity range. So we've now gone back from disability back out to students who may have a disability, students who may be from disadvantaged rural geographic areas. We may be talking about refugees. We may be talking about anybody from a minority group. I want to spend the next 10 minutes, and I know my time is running out, but I want to spend the next 10 minutes talking about the concept of flexible. I want to talk about relevant, and then I want to talk about accessible, because I think Society 5.0 plays a part in each of those areas. So the notion of the same curriculum. This has been a massive point of discussion in many, many countries. In my country, the Australian curriculum has options for all students to participate, and I will show you that in a minute. I know that other countries have curriculum that are specific to students with disabilities. Further, curriculum that are specific to students with specific disabilities. I'm not going to make any comment in regards to that. But if you have a rigid curriculum, it poses difficulties in my view. So I want to talk about accessing and participating in the same curriculum. If students with disability are participating in the same curriculum, in the same context as their regular peers, they are able to access and participate in elements that may not necessarily be explicit in the curriculum framework. Social inclusion, for example, is one. Students without disabilities learn about a much broader range of people within our society. They have a much richer opportunity to appreciate the strengths and the great value that those students with disability can add to a schooling environment. If we have all students accessing and participating in the same curriculum, I am of the belief that we have a much higher expectation. And there's evidence to suggest this, that if students are accessing the regular curriculum, the expectations of them are higher. Those higher expectations lead to higher output. And in the theme of Society 5.0, those students have the option to participate more fully in their society, both socially, economically, and just in general contributions around their community. If students are accessing and participating in the same curriculum, there is an opportunity to provide accountability for the learning that they undertake. This celebrates the great work of teachers. It celebrates the great work of education administrators. It celebrates the great learning of students, all students. It also provides this opportunity to reflect and enhance what we're currently doing. I've already mentioned context. The context, if you're in the regular schooling system context, I firmly believe with the right support that all students can learn more about diversity in their society. But it does need support. Just placing students in a regular classroom or in a regular school may not lead to inclusive outcomes or may not lead to inclusive learning. Hence, I go back to, what do we mean by inclusive education? In the area of flexible curriculum, something that I am extremely interested in, one of the things that I find really important is that we need to think about how curriculum potentially disables students. We always talk about students with disabilities not being able to access the curriculum. I rarely hear a discussion around how does the design of a curriculum exclude or disable a student. And it doesn't have to be a student with a disability in the traditional context. The Australian curriculum is made up of 3 areas: learning areas, general capability. So these are the essential 21st century skills. And I would argue that Society 5.0 is focusing in on many of those 21st century skills. Literacy, numeracy, use of ICT, social and personal capabilities, ethical considerations are 5 of the 8 areas. 7, 8 areas. And then cross-curriculum priorities. And so they are priorities within our community, in the Australian community. I'm aware that in Indonesia, the 2013 curriculum is a much more flexible curriculum for teachers to interpret. And that has posed, as has the Australian curriculum, that has posed a dilemma for many teachers, for many education administrators. The flexibility aspect means that you can individualize and personalize the curriculum to the needs of your students. Does every student need to be able to complete algebra at the highest level? I've seen students who we refer to as having complex needs, complex educational needs due to a variety of impairments. I have seen them engage in algebra, but it looks very, very different. I've seen them engage in trigonometry, but it's very, very different. I've seen them engage in probability exercises, but it's very different to what you would see in a regular classroom, in the traditional regular classroom. But they, in engaging and accessing and participating in that age-appropriate content, we raise expectations, we empower them to be much, much stronger members of their community. I can remember a young boy, a young man, he was leaving school. He had significant disabilities, impairments, and he wanted to work with his father. His father was built fences for big properties out in outback Australia. He was able to take on an apprenticeship as a fence builder because his school had taught him some really basic numeracy skills. So the general capabilities and the learning areas of mathematics and the learning area of English and of literacy. When his father was asking for more fence posts, he knew what that meant. He knew the mathematical concept of more, and he could understand the language. This young man had a job. He was paying taxes. He was participating in his society. It's a great opportunity for a young man because he was able to access a flexible curriculum. The last part I want to talk about is this notion of a relevant curriculum. And I've just touched upon it to some extent through the idea of a flexible curriculum. A relevant curriculum, one that supports the individual needs of every student. So if we're talking about inclusive education, we're not now talking about students with disabilities. We're talking about all students. In the Australian context, we have a concept known as personalised learning profile, personalised learning support. And every teacher should be personalising learning for every student they engage with. This is achieved through, 1, quality teaching and learning. I'm very interested in Dr. Marlena's talk around differentiation because differentiation is a topic that's often discussed, but again, I'm not sure if it's clearly understood, but it can be a powerful teaching and learning strategy for students, all students, every student in a classroom. And those students can be in Australia, they can be in Indonesia, they can be in Thailand or Japan. Other areas of teaching and learning are essential. I put to the Faculty of Education at the Universitas Negeri Padang that is your teacher training curriculum inclusive of all students. I have just completed a very torturous and long process of re-accrediting all of our teacher training programs here at the University of Sydney. I have been working with my colleagues. I have only been a side player. I haven't been involved in the main part of it. But one of the things that I am still extremely disappointed with is that our curriculum areas, our maths, English, science, physical education, social sciences, still see students with disabilities as the special educator's responsibility, not their responsibility. In an inclusive educational environment, everybody needs to be responsible for every student. I challenge you and I challenge everyone that maybe having separate training for general education teachers and for special education teachers may not be inclusive. Maybe we all need to have an understanding of what general education is. I could go on about teaching and learning for a long time. There's a real importance for consultation. And when I say consultation, I mean consultation of everyone involved. It is actually against the law in Australia to develop a personalized learning plan for a student with a disability without consulting them. You must consult the student. How can you develop a personalized plan if you don't hear them? We should be talking with our teachers, not to say, what are you going to do, but how can we help you? How can we support you to become a strong teacher of all students? We need our executive, our principals and our deputy principals and our assistant principals to be leaders of pedagogy and quality teaching and learning. We need them actively involved in supporting teachers to support students. And for those of you who are in the special education arena, I challenge you to get out there and understand the general education context, because I firmly believe one of your key roles is to support teachers in the classroom. You need to have the expertise to be able to do that. Society 5.0 allows or supports many of those concepts and those ideas. Society 5.0 will not enhance inclusive education unless we purposefully make it happen. And that is done through collaborative practice and planning. Special education teachers, general education teachers. And I think I'm going to get the signal to wind up. So I want to just finish off with a couple of things. We often hear people talk about curriculum. We often hear people talk about instruction. I am a firm believer that you cannot separate the two, but you need to consider both. There are some definitions of curriculum that are inclusive of instruction, of materials, of assessment. I want you to think about curriculum and instruction as related but different. See them as interlocking but interdependent. And instruction may be studied and analysed as separate, but it cannot be isolated from the function of the curriculum. I see teachers trying, I was in a classroom yesterday trying to teach a child to read. This child has been learning to read for 5 years and is still struggling. And they said, but he doesn't identify a particular idea. And I said, how are you trying to do that? It came down to the instruction. It came down to how the curriculum was interpreted. You need materials. Now, I hear my teachers that I talk to in Australia say, we don't have enough resources and we need more materials. Now, I argue that they get huge resources. And I say to them, how much do you need? More do you need? Because materials are not unlimited. I have seen the best example of how a school addressed materials in Indonesia. Working in some schools in the Gunung Kidul area, just outside of Yogyakarta, in the Yogyakarta province, those teachers took on the idea, we need more materials by looking at what they had within themselves and within their environment. And they did some great inclusive practice for students in their school. It's the best example I have ever witnessed. The other one is around assessment. And I'm not going to go into that too much, but assessment, formative assessment is really, really important. But it has to be different for every student. It has to be different every day. It needs to be formative. It needs to be done regularly. So the implications, I come back to the question, what is inclusive education? What is inclusive education in this era or this focus on Society 5.0? We have concepts like the universal design for learning. And can I say to you, universal design has been around since the 1980s, the 1970s, and technology and innovation have seen things become incredibly efficient. It has permitted physical access to many, many things. The same can be said around universal design for learning. While technology is important, it shouldn't be the only thing. is also a way of thinking, a way of believing. The other concept that goes with that is inclusive pedagogies. They both talk about giving students the opportunity to choose and to identify learning outcomes. They both talk about providing multiple opportunities for students to express their learning, to demonstrate their learning. Does it have to be a test? Can it be done through writing? Can it be done through drawing? Can it be done through acting it out, building something? So I encourage you to think about frameworks that foster inclusivity, foster flexibility. I encourage you to listen to students in particular and their parents and carers. In a study that was done in Yogyakarta back in 2016, we went back and told the teachers, this is what the students said about inclusive education. The biggest issue that they had, the children had, was they didn't want to be known as inclusion students. They wanted to be known as students. The response from the adults was a little disappointing because they didn't even change their language. And that was the issue I had in my faculty this morning. It was the language that was being used. So I encourage you to listen to students, listen to parents, listen to other teachers. And I believe in this new environment, we need to be thinking about all teachers working together. We need special education teachers working with regular education teachers. Not being in the same classroom, but doing different things. They need to be in the classroom teaching together, having students working together, sharing resources, sharing knowledge, because that will build a greater inclusive environment. So that involves collaboration. That requires leadership to provide opportunity for collaboration. That requires leadership to be demonstrating inclusive practice at every opportunity, whether it be around students with disabilities, whether it be around disadvantage, whether it be around refugee status. I wish you the very, very best with your conference. I hope you keep asking yourself every time you use the word inclusive education, what does it mean? And I really, really wish those people who are presenting tomorrow in your concurrent sessions the very, very best in your work and your studies. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih kembali, Professor Evans. Thank you again, Professor Evans, for the splendid presentations. And it was so many interesting ideas and many useful and meaningful information we got from your talk. Thank you very much, Professor. And I believe there's many questions from the participants who wants to discuss with you here.
Yeah.
But before that, I want to to give some summary from your presentation. The first one is how to foster the education systems, and the secondly is right to an inclusive education for all students, for all, and then the curriculum and how to practice the personalized and dignified and the teaching and learning quality, and the last one is the collaboration of many stakeholders for implication of curriculums.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a very interesting question here. The first one are from Vienna Arshani. From Vienna Arshani, he asked you about how about discrimination attitude from regular students to special needs students that affected inclusive environment and have impact to inclusive education. And what are the important points in implementing inclusive education in remote areas that still don't understand what inclusive education is. That's the first issue. Maybe Professor Evans, you want to directly answer the questions?
Yes, I will. Okay. So discrimination in the schooling environment, or maybe it's more around bullying and that sort of thing. If you're establishing an inclusive, or you're trying to strengthen an inclusive educational environment, it needs to be done as a whole school. Everybody, the whole community needs to come on board with it. And in doing that, I think you need to be setting some very clear guidelines of how people will behave in the schooling context. There's a framework called the Positive Behaviour Support Framework, or Positive Behaviour and Intervention Support Framework. That one of the things it talks about is proactively building a positive schooling environment. It needs to be done by the whole school. Everybody needs to be on board. So that includes executive, it includes teachers, it includes students, and it includes the parents and the community. So one of the things that you could call out in that is, well, what does discrimination against a person with a disability look like? And you can illustrate that as part of that positive teaching approach to supporting behaviour. I also think that a long-term plan at a whole school level, I think, will eventually, and with concerted effort, demonstrate to all students that they all different, they all have strengths, and they all have something to contribute. And that is a long-term outcome of inclusive education. And into Society 5.0, I think that's really, really important if that's going to work, because one of the elements I noticed was around diversity. And the second question was around, can you remind me?
The remote, how to implicate. Remote.
Can I say to you, I think remote settings and contexts do inclusive education really well. And they go, what is that? What do you mean inclusive education? And I would argue that they do it really well, and they just don't know it. One of the reasons being is that they often don't have the services, and they don't have the materials, so they have to do it themselves. You cannot send a kid to another school. They have to be in that school unless they're sent home. So I would put to you that on the one hand, I think they can be more inclusive just by the context. Having said that, though, it still begs the question of how do you address discriminatory, bullying, adverse attitudes towards students with disabilities or difference, and that's a whole school, whole of community engagement, and everybody needs to come on board with that. It's a long-term goal, though. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen in a year. It could take a generation to build that out. Or to build, let's look at the strengths, to build that capacity. Okay. Was there another question? Or I see Iris. Oh. I think you're unmuted.
unmute me. Okay, I'm sorry. That was a little flicker. A little flicker.
I'm glad somebody else does it.
Okay. Thank you for the answer. I believe the question is come from a very rooted issues of Indonesian society
Yes.
here in our country.
And Australian.
And also Australian. Okay. Because we have so many remote area in our country.
Yes.
Professor. Yeah. Okay, for the second question, come from Mr. Rahadi from Mahendra Datta University, Denpasar, Bali.
Oh yes.
Yes.
I think I saw this one.
Mr. Rahadi is asking you about in society, inclusive education in the regions is very minimal and seems to be marginalized, unlike other level of education, such as an early education, early childhood educations, maybe compared to early childhood education, the elementary school and equivalent. Is there a solution to generate inclusive education in this level? Is open to be open. And how to, maybe, yes. Maybe you get the point of the questions. Thank you.
I do, and I can see it on the chat. But okay, I may be reading something into this, so I apologize, Mr. Rahadi, if I have. But I encourage you to think of inclusive don't think of inclusive education as being another level of education. Inclusive education is part of early childhood. It is part of elementary. It is part of secondary. It's not separate and different. Unless you get it part of those differing levels, I don't believe it's, I think it's a very weakened version of inclusive education. So how do we get early, and early childhood contexts are generally pretty good at becoming inclusive, because the differences and the acceptance within that seems to be much stronger. The greatest difficulty in terms of inclusive education, I think, happens in secondary school, where the differences are a lot greater, and a lot of contexts are driven by final or end of school tests and those sorts of things. So I encourage you not to think of inclusive education as different to early childhood. Good early childhood needs to be inclusive. Good elementary needs to be inclusive. Everyone needs to be inclusive. It's everybody's responsibility.
Okay, Professor.
Yeah.
Thank you for the answer. And the next question is really related to you, to Australia, from Dr. Irda Murni MPD. From Dr. Irda Murni MPD, she asked you about how is the implementation of inclusive education for students at Sydney University in terms of policy, lecturers, its specialization, and accessibility. It's from the university.
From the university perspective, okay.
Yes.
All right, so University of Sydney is regulated or governed by national legislation, so it has to support the access and participation of students with disabilities in every educational program. And as a result, we have a specific office that is responsible for making sure that students with disabilities are provided with the support to participate on the same basis as students without disability. Now, we have a couple of things around this, a couple of pieces of bit of data. First of all, 1 in 5 Australians identify with a disability, yet in the university, it's like, so what's so that's 20 in 100. So only 2 students in 100 identify with a disability. So we have a very large underreporting of persons with disability. It's not a bad thing. There could be that persons with disability are able to manage and able to support themselves, and I think that is very, very a very good place to be. But we do have a large number of students who could do with support but don't take advantage of that support. We are becoming more inclusive in our practices, slowly, very slowly. Like we record all of our lectures and we record many of our seminars now. COVID has given a group of students an incredible opportunity to be included more. That is, not having to come on campus, being able to do things online, but it has actually excluded another group of students. There are a group of students who find the online experience very, very disabling. So we still have a way to go. So yeah, any student who identifies and is validated as having a disability will and can access supports to their study within the university. So we do that fairly well.
Thank you for the answer, Professor Evans. We still have questions and increasing questions. Okay, Professor. Next question related to the previous topic about the perspective from the campus, and now for the perspective from the teachers and the students. Yes. From Inayatul Mardia, and the question is conjuncted with Mr. Fuad asking for the same topic, I guess, and about how the educations of special need in the era of COVID and pandemic, and is the community important for the advancement of education for children with special needs in Indonesia. And Mr. Fuad also asked about how is learning informal education from kindergarten, elementary school to higher education in speakers in local area along the new normal period or pandemic of COVID-19. And maybe the point of the question is about how to teach special education in pandemic like now, what happened right now.
Okay, I'll challenge the wording first, and I know, Zulian, this may not be what you intended. How to teach special education, I again encourage you to think about, it's about inclusive practice. So how do we adapt and adjust and modify our practice so that it is inclusive of all students? So back to the impact of COVID-19, I can't quote specific research, but there's anecdotal evidence to suggest quite widely that students with disability have been what's the word? They have been excluded from education on a fairly significant basis. So online learning, for example, has not been friendly. It has not been a friend of many students with disabilities. And one of the issues, I think, is that parents find it really difficult. I suspect that parents are not fully informed about what students are doing at school. While we're meant to have an individualized planning process, I'm not exactly sure how good that is, and how strong it is. And there is anecdotal evidence to say that it's not terribly strong. Could COVID-19 and the move to a more online technology-based sort of approach potentially assist? I think it could for some students. Some students who find school very, very punishing. It's not a friendly environment to them. I think the COVID experience has really opened up opportunities for them to maybe doing things in a different way. But this is just not for kids with disabilities. This is for a whole range of students. This could be a real push in terms of inclusive pedagogy, of offering a variety of differing opportunities. Just an example, I run a class for general education students who have to do a unit of study in special and inclusive education. But I offer it on campus and off campus concurrently. It's a hybrid approach, and so we have students off campus and on campus. They're continually exchanging ideas and doing group work together. That development has been only emphasized more, or has been validated, I think, to a greater extent because of COVID-19. It's been a huge win in that sense.
Okay, Professor, thank you. We still have a question from Mr. Arisul Mahdi. Arisul Mahdi, you can find it on the chat room here. From Arisul Mahdi, he asked you about.
Oh yeah.
From the presentation, you talk about the curriculum and how disability is involved in social life. It seems that there is one thing that we must also emphasize. It's about the culture in Indonesia. We have a variety of cultures with various backgrounds in society. So we have struggled a lot in designing curriculums and instructions, including policies, but the results have not been satisfactory. So we need a process, yes, but the process of changing the mindset and culture set is very important. What do you think about it? Maybe you have a suggestion for that. Thank you very much.
A great question, Arisul.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. And in Indonesia, because you have such a variety of rich cultures, that they really need to be respected and they need to be treasured. And I would be really disappointed if inclusive education was the same in every cultural grouping within Indonesia. So inclusive education needs to be flexible enough to recognize cultural difference and to support cultural difference. That's part of the deal. What it comes down to in the end, I think, is what it is as a community, whether it be at the national level or at the province level or at the the community level. What do we want children who attend school to achieve and to learn, and what do we want them to be able to do at the end? And if that's interpreted through a cultural mindset, then I think that's really, really strong. I think that's very, very important. Getting everybody to agree in a community or in a province or even in a country is very, very difficult. You need to have flexible curriculum to allow that to happen. I don't have an answer for you though. I don't have a magic bullet.
Okay.
Not gonna happen. And if anybody says they do, I would be going, not really.
Okay, Professor. The last questions. Okay, last questions for
last
you.
Question. Okay.
In these discussions from Mr. Ismanto. From Mr. Ismanto, he asked you about related to the inclusive education's leadership. And,
yes.
How is the formulation of a leadership model that is relevant to current condition in the global context?
In the current condition being COVID, you mean?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, I'm going. This is a theoretical response. It's not one that I'm reporting from research or anything. First of all, inclusive leadership, I know where I am in New South Wales in Australia, I don't think is very strong. Why? We have a master's degree in educational leadership that does not even talk about inclusiveness. So I'm not sure how future principals can engage in inclusive education if they don't have an understanding of it. I think those principals who have developed skills in being inclusive have been shown to be exceptional leaders in this COVID-19 time, because their practices are resilient to the impact of something like COVID-19. They will be thinking of all students, they will be thinking of all their teachers, they will be thinking of their community and how they can work together to move forward. If you have a leadership that is only concerned about, for example, those high achieving students, then all the other students are going to get left out. If you've got leadership that is only concerned about what the school looks like and how everybody's working together, then I think you're going to have problems. I think the COVID-19 context has really highlighted, though, the many principals who have been inclusive and have a strong understanding of inclusiveness, and as a result, the students and the communities they work with, I think, are probably doing better. And I think we've got a lot to learn from those people in this time. So it's a learning time, I think. I think we could really take opportunity to learn from it.
Okay, Professor, that's all the questions and discussion for your sessions. And we have a very, very meaningful talk with you. And again, I will say my deepest appreciation for you, and thank you for joining us from Australia. And thank you very much again, Professor David Evans. Terima kasih, Professor.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your great chairing. Thank you.
Thank you. And all participants and honorable speakers, we will proceed into the second speakers. He is a really splendid look and good-looking handsome man from Japan. And please welcome Professor Norimuni Kawai, PhD. I'm sorry, Professor Norimuni Kawai.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me to such a great conference, and I really appreciate it especially for organizing team committee members who has been working really hard to make it true to be able to do such a big conference. And I heard it's not only doing in Zooms, but also doing in the YouTube, right? So
Yes.
It's really big conference, and wow, that's sort of the representative of the Society 5.0, I believe. So it's a really great conference, and yeah, I really thank you, Dr. Rudinel and Mr. Damri. Have been contacting with me a lot, and give me a lot of opportunities to be able to discuss on how we're gonna have the good inclusive education system for Society 5.0. So I'm really excited to talk about it today. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again, Professor Kawai. And I noticed your English is really, really fine. It's nice to have you here from Japan. Before we start, Professor Kawai, let me introduce you to the audience by reading your CV. Okay. Firstly, I will read your education background here. Professor Norimuni graduated from University of Nebraska-Lincoln in special education and communication disorders, and he got PhD in speech language pathology. And in 1999 to 2002, Professor Norimoni graduated from University of Colorado at Boulder, Department of Speech, Language, and Hearing Sciences, and he got MA in Speech Language Pathology. And in 1998 to 1999, he is graduated from University of Colorado at Boulder, Department of Speech, Language, and Hearing Sciences, the non-degree program in Speech Language Pathology. And in 1997 and 1998, graduated from Hiroshima University, Faculty of School Education, non-degree program in Special Educations. In 1995 to 1997, he's graduated from Hiroshima University, Faculty of School Education. He got MED in Special Educations. Main subject included Special Education of the Deaf, Special Education for the Intellectually Disabled, and Special Educations for Speech Language Impaired. And in 1991 to 1995, he was graduated from Hiroshima University, Faculty of School Educations. He got BEd in Special Educations. Main subject included Special Education for the Deaf, Special Education for the Intellectually Disabled, and Elementary Educations. And his qualifications here. In 2005, he is certified of Lee Silverman Voice Treatment, or LFVT. In 2005, he have the State of Nebraska Speech Language Pathologist license. In 2003, he is certified for Certificate of Clinical Competence in Speech Language Pathology, or CCC SLP. In 2002, from State of Colorado, Special Services License, or Speech Language Pathologist. And in 1997, in Advanced Degree Teacher Certificate of Special Educations and Advanced Teacher Certificate of Deaf Educations. And in 1995, you got First Degree Teacher Certificate of Special Educations, First Degree Teacher Certificate of Educations. And he has a work experience, as now he is a professor and director at the Center of Special Needs Education Research and Practice, Graduate School of Humanities and Social Sciences, Hiroshima University, Higashi Hiroshima, Hiroshima, Japan. Okay, maybe that was a short introduction for Professor Norimoni Kawai. And for instance, Professor Norimoni, what is the topic of the talk today with us?
Oh, today, transition planning and life skill program for post-secondary students with autism in the Society 5.0. Yeah.
Okay, Professor, do you want to share the screen by yourself, or we will help you to share the screen?
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I think I can do it. So yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. Let's begin the talk and the discussion with you. The screen and the time is yours. Thank you, Professor Norimoni Kawai.
Okay, thank you very much. Today, I am going to talk about a transition planning life skill program for post-secondary students with autism in the Society 5.0. Actually, well, it's been, talked about a lot about what it is, and I don't think I have to really explain what it is, but many teachers in Japan, sort of misunderstand the meaning of Society 5.0. Many of them believe, okay, well, we really have to move on to Society 5.0, but, which doesn't necessarily mean, we can ignore Society 1 through 4. And those are also important. And especially, students with special needs education, some of them might fit, with Society 5.0, especially, students with autism. some of them are really keen on computers and they should be really good, in terms of Society 5.0. But, maybe some students with autism, with intellectual disabilities, they might fit with Society 1, 2, 3, or 4. So, I always talk to teachers, well, this is sort of one of the choices, we or our students can make in the future. And and also it is really important, especially in a COVID-19 era, we really have to consider how we're going to widely use, like lots of technologies or AI kind of stuff. But at the same time, we shouldn't forget about how important it is, like a human communication and humanity aspects of us. So, the vision of Society for Society 5.0, we really focus on the development of AI technology. But, well, of course, AI does a lot of things, and that helps us a lot. Help us a lot to do many things. And now, while we are communicating through the computer, which is also lots of technologies going on, and if we don't have it, they never happens, So today's technology helps us a lot. But at the same time, especially in Japan, the number of elder people are increasing, and they have lots of difficulties with fitting with the computer technologies, and because of the COVID-19, especially elder populations have been struggling with how to communicate with societies, and they could be isolated with the society. So, the younger generations have been working really hard to help them to be able to connect into the society. So, it's kind of interesting things in Japan now. We are plunging into the different kinds of communities, so which are not related to the where they live. But, like an internet community has been created by the younger generation's efforts. So that's, kind of interesting phenomena we can observe these days. But the schools, teachers have a lot of, struggles to be able to bring their kids to schools, because, many schools have shut down. But now, many schools are opening, but, some of the places, they can't still open the schools. So what they have been doing is just, mailing. They use snail mails to the home, and they send, homework. And they just put the, written just instructions, what their, students have to do. And then students, have to do their homework, long and big homework, then they have to mail them back to the schools. So, it's really far from Society 5.0, but, some schools, only doing so. But the other schools, they use a lot of technology. So they use, YouTube and, and broadcasting, lectures, whatever, to students, and, family members or students can watch it, and they can bring the, the reactions or homework to them, via email or something. So there are so many, different systems are working, going on in Japan. And especially, for students with disabilities, especially like autistic kids, it's been really struggling, because especially for the schools who just, mail the homework to the home, because, some of the students can't really read what, the instructions are. And, if both parents are working, there is no way, they can do their homework. So that kind of things are happening. So, of course, technology help many people, but at the same time, we really have to focus on, the family members or students who are, not keen on technology and who are be isolated by the technology. So how are we gonna, help them? That's really important, homework for educators to consider. So, well, technologies, changes a lot of things and, the ways of working. And, many people consider Japan is a kind of tech country. So, yeah, many things are automated, and which means, we're excluding, the workers. So, we really have to think of both sides, so, well, there are so many benefits. But at the same time, there are so many, exclusions are happening because of the limitations of workforce, and which is, make more difficult for students or people with disabilities, and because they are losing the places they could work because that kind of jobs or workforces are taken after by the technologies. So we really have to think of how we're gonna make them work in what could be society 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So issues of Japan is, well, yeah, we've plunged into society 5.0, but especially schools, lack of human resources. So in Japan, teachers have to do a lot of things, and most of the populations consist of teachers. Like US, there are so many, different populations or different specialists working in one school, like, technicians, nurses, speech language pathologists, audiologists, social workers, there are so many different specialists working in one school. But in Japan, mostly, teachers. So, teachers have to be really flexible. They have to communicate with, family members. They have to take care of, students. They have to teach students, and so there are so many things teachers have to do. And nowadays, I can see, many teachers are really tired, and because they have to work really long, and they quit, even though they don't hit to the point of the retirement age. There are so many workplaces for younger generations, and they don't want to choose to be teachers because they know teachers are really hard job to continue. So we really have to think of how wisely we have to use the technology, and how we're going to fulfill the lack of the things happening in Japanese schools, how we can replace the lack of resources to the technologies. So, but the problem is, as I said, there are many teachers who don't know much about technologies, but we don't. Well, it's sort of a contradictory feeling to me because, we don't know if we have to force teachers to learn technology versus, well, we should hire, somebody who are keen on technology. I think the latter answer would be better, but our Ministry of Education don't want to do that because, they only provide money for hiring teachers, not other specialists. So there are so many, glitches going on, and that's really happening in many public schools in Japan. So because of COVID-19, Ministry of Education provides some budget for public schools to set up the internet system, Wi-Fi system, but it's not enough, and they pretty much limit to the rural area, and they don't provide enough money for countryside. So even though the same public school systems, because of either rural areas or urban areas, their budgets really different. So there are so many schools struggling with setting up the internet system. That's why some schools still have to lean on using the snail mail system to communicate with family members. So, but you know, we really have to think of how we can wisely use technology, which could influence the education system. And we really have to offer study plans and study content based on an understanding and analysis of study logs and such and such. So some schools have started study log system using the internet system. So they used to have a paper to accumulate their students study information, but now they put those information into the computers and they share with other faculty members or family members, so that they can easily look at the progress of the students and what kind of teaching or what kind of accommodations and modifications they provided versus how their students became better or progressed a lot or not, or something like that. So that kind of things are really handy for teachers or schools to be able to share, okay, what kind of accommodations and modifications or what kind of teaching methods teachers applied for certain students, so that other teachers can learn, okay, well, I didn't know how to deal with students with autism or other kind of disabilities, but now I know because while other teachers did certain methodology and they applied it and they successfully changed it their students, so why don't I do that or something like that. So unlike other countries, Japan, especially teachers who work in elementary, middle, and high schools, even though they are in special education classrooms, they don't, I would say, less than 30% of teachers have the licensure, teaching licensure in special educations. So that's been a big problem in Japan. But using the kind of technologies and sharing the ideas of teaching methodologies, they can learn together. So while some schools are really successfully implemented those kind of technology to be able to bring up their ideas or techniques or teaching methodologies together, and they share the information. But schools who don't really use the technologies because Japanese teachers are pretty busy and they have to take care of their own classes consist of 40 students by themselves. They don't have time to talk with other teachers. So, they try to do whatever, they learn from books or training sessions, and they apply their own methodology to their students. Well, if, it happens to be successful, that's fine. But if not, then, they really struggle with, I don't know how to deal with students with disabilities or something. And their relationships between teachers and the students getting worse and worse. And, teachers blame on, students or family members, and, family members blames on teachers or something like that. So that kind of corruption will happen. So, well, I'm not really denying on not using technologies. Well, I'm going to talk about that, before, plunging into the technology, there are so many things we really have to keep in mind. And without using technologies, we can educate students with disabilities. So, using wisely the, technologies, we can, sort of create the environmental educating or, teaching environment for students with disabilities, especially students with autism. They might not like to be with other students, or they would like to be in their own spaces. In that case, technology might help them because they can create a sort of isolated space where students can really focus on what they're supposed to do. But problem is some of those autistic students don't really pick what they're supposed to do. Especially students with autism, they like YouTube, and they watch a lot of movies or programs and on YouTube. And there is one of my students who currently work with. and she really loves using technology. But she really, and so that I have been working with her to teach communications using AAC, alternative communications, which is one of the apps we can install into the iPad or iPhone or something. And when I ask her to use it, she uses it. But if I don't, she never. But most of the time, problem is she watches movies or whatever she likes. So we really have to think of well, the technology is really good, but at the same time, we really have to teach our students how we are supposed to use it and when, and why we have to pick certain apps right now or something. So students have to learn when we are supposed to use whatever they're supposed to do. Otherwise, they really focus on whatever they like, and they never learn whatever we expect them to learn. So that's been a problem. So I think in order to live through the society 5.0, of course we have to provide a lot of technologies which could provide individual pace or expand learning opportunities, and that provide diverse learning environment. But at the same time, we really have to teach them how actively they're going to pick certain things in appropriate things, or appropriate learning programs or something in appropriate time. So active learning is really important to provide so that they can pick the programs or things, whatever appropriate. And also well, our ministry tended to force teachers to do everything they can do, but I think it's really difficult for schools or teachers to do that. And I see many teachers are becoming tiring, especially, getting through the COVID-19 problems. There are so many, irregular things they have to take care of, and they're becoming really tired. And some of the teachers even isolated with the society because they have to be in schools whole day, even nighttime or something. So, instead of, asking teachers to everything, we really have to think of, alternative ways, alternative populations to help schools. So especially, like Society 5.0, and we really have to hire tech people who are really keen on technology and to provide, useful information for teachers, and providing some training sessions for them, so that, teachers also become really, familiarized with technologies, so that, they can apply the knowledge into, of the technology to their teaching methodologies. Because even Japan, Japanese teachers are really, well, they know, ICT or other kind of technologies are really important, but they don't know how to use it, actively. So it seems like they're really forced to use it. And if, school masters, principals are not looking at their classrooms, they just shut them down or something. So, it's just a burden for teachers. And, well, our ministry, puts a lot of money for public schools to, utilize ICTs or other technologies, but if teachers don't want to use it, and it's in vain, it's just putting money into trash or something. So we really have to provide who will be the right person, appropriate person to apply those technology into schools. Okay. And and okay, well, let me skip some of the slides because of time congestion. And also, yeah, as I said, human resources, it is really important. And also, especially in special education, there are so many technologies provided by the government, a local government or national government, but not many teachers are using it. So, technology is really important for, our students, because our students will live in our future. And, we have limited knowledge because we live in the current society, but we don't know much about society 5.0. But our students, definitely they're going to live in society 5.0. So we really have to have the good resource who knows it, right? So, we really have to catch those people who really, know society 5.0 and, utilize those population and have them introduce what it is and what kind of technologies or what kind of skills or knowledges our students have to obtain to live through that society. So what should we do? And, we can do, so many things, and we have to do so many things, but, it's not really special things, it's just usual things, what educators have to do. So the first thing is provide a variety of learning opportunities and spaces to achieve fair, individually optimized learning. So, it's been, I heard a lot of, funny stories from, school teachers these days. In Japan, there are so many problems in schools, and there are so many students who don't go to schools, who choose not to go to schools because of, fears, because of the experiences of made fun of, or, something like that. So, those students never go to school. But after COVID-19, for some reason, students who didn't want to go to school started come to schools. That's what many teachers say. But they don't really would like to go into the classrooms. So they can go to school, but they would like to work with school nurses or the principals or other populations. And they don't, but however, they don't know how to deal with students who, those students. So, and they don't have enough space to provide, appropriate education and appropriate spaces. So, if we have enough technology to provide for public schools and be able to set up, just, well, right now we're, communicating through Zoom. And most of the teachers or audiences are in individual, houses or rooms or something like that. So, but they're still learning, right? So we are supposed to consider, well, that how could it make happen to public school system? And of course, if they can go to schools and they like to, work with other students in person, that's fine. But, we also have to think of, other options for students who don't want to go to schools, but still like to work or learn, or, they're not really, good at, socializing with other students. And they'd like to be in, narrow spaces or individual spaces, but still like to learn. So, we really have to think of what kind of things we can do for those populations. And now, because of COVID-19, we lost a lot of things, but we learned a lot, especially utilizing those kind of technologies. So how we can apply those technologies into public school system. That's really important thing we have to consider. And also the second one, we have to ensure that all children acquire fundamental academic abilities. So basic reading, comprehension, mathematics thinking, and also, social abilities. Even though, they like to have the isolated spaces, they really have to communicate each other through internet or something anyway. So, in addition to just the basic, academic skills, they would like to have some social skills, and also information competency to live through the Society 5.0. And we really have to, admire the humanity aspects in addition to sciences aspects. So even, Microsoft Teams or Zoom, we can collaborate together, right? So we can create smaller groups and work together, discuss it together. So, even though, we are not face to face, or, we don't meet in human, we still can discuss, or we can still, communicate, including, nonverbal communication together. So I think that is really, advantage of using this kind of tools. And, some of the students with autism or high functional autism, they really feel comfortable being this environment. And they could be really, active to be able to communicate with others once they have the safe space. So, I have been working with some, high school students who are in regular high schools, but, they couldn't come to schools before COVID-19 because they didn't like to in-person communication. However, after COVID-19, then the schools has started, using technologies like a Zoom system. And, he really loves it, and he becomes really active and learns a lot. And, his verbal communications used to be really, limited, but nowadays, his verbal communications are really active and developing, and it's really amazing. I wish I could show you the video, but well, it's first he speaks in Japanese, and second he didn't like to watched by other people when he was communicating with others. So that's why I'm not able to show you the video, but it's just amazing. So we really have to find the point, what will be the best for students and what kind of point will fit with the students' abilities. And once we find that kind of points, and the students grow a lot and they learn a lot. And I'm sure, most of the educators have such kind of experiences, but nowadays, because of, COVID-19, we really have to use the technologies, but the technologies sometimes helps those students a lot. And you'll see the dramatical changes for, some students. Unfortunately, it happens to every student, but for some students, yeah, definitely, this kind of technology will fit. And we really have to, keep finding that kind of good spots for students. Well, this is just a, nature of teachers, right? So, it's not something new information. And, obviously for some students, those kind of high-tech things never, fit. But, like low-tech things will fit with, some of the students. So we really have to have what kind of options we have. And those kind of high-tech, high-tech will give us more choices to help our students. Okay. And, we really have to, ensure all children acquire fundamental academic abilities, especially, reading, writing, math, interpersonal communications, and, basic informational technology, knowledge. That kind of things are really important. And, obviously some students, are not really, keen on those kind of technologies, but, that's okay, as long as they can have opportunity to learn in person. So as I said, it's just a choices. Our choices has increased. So which doesn't necessarily mean we have to bring them up to the Society 5.0. some of students might be really fitting with the society 1.0, and if we don't have farmers, we can't live, right? So it's just fine. If some students like to be in farmers, that's fine. And so everybody, so society 5.0 doesn't necessarily mean everybody has to be AI or tech guys or something like that, right? So but we really have to have our students the good opportunities to be able to pick which what kind of choices they have in the future, and in order to overcome with or to become the certain occupations or jobs, or to be able to become certain societies or something like that. So we have to inform them what kind of preparation they have to make and what kind of information we can provide for them. So I think in order to plunge into society 5.0, there are so many homeworks for teachers more than students, because we really have to know what society 5.0 is, what kind of technology could be applied for our students, what kind of futures they are going to have. So we really have to be knowledgeable about those. Otherwise, we can't provide them this kind of choice. And yeah, translating the humanities and the sciences divide, and well, especially human resources, we tend to forget whenever we really focus on the technology, we some of them could forget about the humanity aspects, but that is really important to educate the humanity aspects, and also in order to bring up the quality of education. Of course, technology is important, but we really have to raise students to be able to use technology wisely, not just depending on the the technology. So then well, there are life skills, and I believe most of you guys know about this, and it's been published by WHO 1999, and especially teachers who work with students with autism, they have been working on a lot for how to promote their social skills or life skills. And well, there are so many studies or so many practical aspects going on in terms of social skills in Japan. It could be a cultural background. We really have to prioritize how polite students have to be or something. So it might be the like a society involvement going on, why we really have to focus on social skills. But I really recommend our teachers in Japan to focus on life skills, because social skills is one of the life skills, and life skills are really important for everybody. Teachers tend to think, well, we're normal, or we are just fine, but we are going to teach our students with disabilities, but it's not really quite right, because nobody is perfect, and we really have to work on something. And by looking at life skills, I feel like, okay, I'll still have to work on several of those, and so I feel like life skills are a really good point, and because especially for teachers who like to teach or educate their students. No, you guys can work together, so you're not perfect, right? And you can do something together with your students or something, and working together, and you're gonna have a good bond together or something. So especially life skills or social skills, teachers and students have to have a good relationships or bonds. Otherwise, there is no way they can, their student can learn social skills, right? So, by looking at the life skills or social skills, especially life skills, it is sort of the, something we as teachers can learn. And it is really important for students as well. So, they can both work together, and they're going to have the good relationships. And not only focusing the personal aspects of the life skills, but also, we can focus on the community-based life skills. So I'm not going to read everything because of time, but you can see, what kind of, community-based life skills are important, and looking at those, and those are part of the, the schools, part of the things schools have to do, and I think it's, those are part of the really important roles for schools. So, not only, individual teachers working with, their students, but also we really have to think of how schools as a system to work and take the leadership for their communities to bring up the life skills in their societies or communities. So of course, we can use technology, but also, we don't have to use the technology, to promote those skills. So it's just a choice. And assessment is also important. And in addition to just the formal assessments, informal assessments are really important, especially for students with autism. The definition of autism is really broad, and some of the students have also intellectual disabilities. Other students don't have intellectual disabilities, but they have limited expressive language skills. But the others, they have just fine expressive and receptive language skills, but have a limited, interest in something, which are totally different from other people or something. So, of course, formal assessment is really important, but in order to provide appropriate education and, focus on exactly what kind of, problems or what kind of difficulties they have and what kind of supports or accommodations we are supposed to provide for those students, informal assessments and observations are really important. And it is really important not only for teachers but also parents, and because we have to have a good collaborations between homes and the schools, so that we can have the same visions and same achievement goals, and work together. So sometimes parents who complain with their teachers or schools, they don't get enough information about what kind of things schools are doing. Japan, we have started a new special education system in 2007. Since then, schools have to create individualized education plan for each student. But there are so many schools or teachers who never share the plan with their parents and the students. It's funny. I keep saying, well, no, you have to share the information with their parents and the students. Otherwise, they don't know what kind of opportunities or purposes they're supposed to work on in the future. But I believe there are so many teachers who are reluctant to share the information with them because they really don't know special education, and they don't really know what is appropriate education for those populations. So as I said, especially teachers in elementary, middle, high schools, even though they are working in special education classrooms, only 30% of populations have special education licensure. I think that's a problem, and Ministry of Education has to work on that. But at the same time, even though there are so many teachers at the same time, even though they don't have the special education licensure, they have a good sites, or they have good skills to be able to work with students with special education. So, well, licensure is, part of it, but it's not everything. So, we really have to, work with those teachers who really willing to work with, students. And we also share the idea of those teachers. And I think, technology will help to be able to, expand or, grow or, spread out the knowledge of those teachers. Okay. And, well, so, many Japanese schools or teachers who work students with, autism, they do lots of, informal assessments and based on task analysis. So, then they apply, those analysis to the, teaching life skills. So, well, like just washing hands, some students with autism, they never understand, okay, let's wash hands. But, they have to have the exact information. So in order to wash hands, they have to turn on the faucet, put hands under the water to get them wet, and put soap on hands and blah, blah, blah. So that, they would understand, oh, okay, in order to wash hands, what exactly they're supposed to do. So by repeating those, tasks to wash hands, they would learn, what kind of things they're supposed to complete to wash hands or something. And well, and also, facilitating social inclusion, which is, already, Dr. Evans talked about. And, we also have to work on, people who don't know special education, who don't know, work with people with disabilities, but still we want them to understand, the diverse people are in schools or society. So it is really, well, we have been working hard, but, I don't know if there is any correct answer, but we really have to try to, we really have to encourage teachers and other populations to be able to know what diversity is, why it is important to promote social inclusion. Okay. And yeah, let me skip this slide. And in order to live through Society 5.0, of course, we have to, focus on Society 5.0. But as I said, we also have to think of what else we can do. And we also have to think of, from Society 1 through Society 5, it's sort of the accumulation of the, the different, tasks or different opportunities or different, society forms of societies. But we really have to use, the new technology wisely. We shouldn't really, depend on it, but how we wisely use it, that's really important. Okay, well, it's about time to finish, but I'd like to share one of the video clips. Of course, it's spoken in Japanese, but it's sort of easy to be understood. So let me play a little bit of this. And there are two versions. And the first one, my former students work with students with autism. The second clip will be me working with the same students. So yeah, let's watch it. Okay.
100歳と言ったら何する？100歳と言ったら何か見てみて。
そうだよね。もう次行かないかなみたいな。
This is a middle school student, who is working with my former student. And my former student is really expecting her to name each, well, these are picture cards and on the vegetables. She was, expecting her to label each vegetable. And, then, ask her to, answer some, colors or shapes or something like that. But she doesn't understand what she is supposed to do. So she keep, writing the name of the veggies and never, listen to her instruction.
そうだよ、ナさん。正解。ナス。うん。正解。そうよね。
いいよ、そのリードの仕方。
Well, as you know, well, she looks really bored, right? Well, I'm done, and I don't know what to do then, right? So, but the second one, well, this is the same girl, it's 2 weeks later.
ね。取っていい？取っていい？ダメ？取るよ、もう待ってられないもん。もう取ろっかな。ほな、早見つけんにゃ。ほな、早見つけんさいや。もう取ろうっと。
ああ、ちょっと取られるよ。
Yeah, well, she's pretty verbal, and she laughs a lot. So, the first video clip, you can see, oh, it's typical, students with autism. But second one, of course, those are the same people, the same person. But, the facial expressions and, verbalizations are totally different. So, of course, we really have to use technology, but, we really have to teach students, without using technology. And if we have enough knowledge and skills to be able to teach students without using technologies, if we introduce technology, we can do better, right? So we really have to focus on the fundamental skills to be able to deal with students first. Then after that, we really have to consider how we're going to incorporate technology. So this is the last one, I don't know if you know this, but the top left picture, this is just right after World War II in Japan. There are so many people writing on the steam locals. The left down, below the bottom picture is a Shinkansen train, a bullet train. So, by comparing this, of course, the speed is totally different, between locomotive versus Shinkansen train. And if, we try to ride on the outside of Shinkansen, we're going to be killed, right? So, the society has been becoming faster and faster, but we really have to focus on people who can't really, follow the speed, and how we can, help those population in addition to using, the plunging into the society 5.0. Okay, yeah, I think that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kawai. Then thank you for summarizing the presentations for all of us. It's very interesting topics discussed today with us. And I believe there are many questions from the participants who wants to discuss with you. Okay, Professor Kawai. For the first questions, it comes from Mr. Suryo Hadianto. Mr. Suryo Hadianto, the question is, what is big data and data meaning in education term? What is big data and data meaning in education term, especially the example for students with autism?
Okay.
Maybe Professor Kawai, you want to directly answer the questions?
Okay, sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Hadianto. Actually, when I was introducing the big data, I really didn't have time to talk about it, but still, there are so many big data we can utilize to check how much our students have, learned or something. So, by collecting the data, could be the school-based, or or could be the like a prefecture or state-based or something, having a big data, and if we can make a comparison between the instruction methodologies versus their achievement. We can compare which methodology could be really effective, more effective than the others or something. So that could be used for, regular students. And also, if we have big enough if we have enough data to be able to analyze for students with the autism, we might be able to find what kind of instructions would be commonly used for any students versus what kind of instructions could be used only specifically for students with autism or something, so that we might be able to think of the better or more appropriate methodologies for specific populations versus regular students or something.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for the answer. And we are directly to the second questions from Lintang in Medan. Lintang asks you about what is Japan do to accommodate job for students with autism? How to meet the student with autism characteristic with community need in terms of job?
Okay, thank you.
Employment.
Yeah, actually, I don't know if we have good answers for that, because many of the societies have been struggling with how we can appropriately provide the job opportunities for any students, including students with autism. But nowadays there are several companies that hire students with people with autism who are really good at arts. So nowadays in Japan, there are so many arts by people with disabilities, and some of the autistic kids or adults draw lots of great pictures or create like interesting statues or something, and those companies purchase those, or they purchase the patent of those drawings or statues or something, and they provide the other companies to provide certain designs or something. So those companies really help people with disabilities to be able to live by themselves or something. So those kind of companies are increasing now. Yeah. So I don't know if how much it's going to be helpful for Indonesian situation, but I think there are so many new companies which is trying to do something different from the traditional companies. They succeededly hire people with disabilities, and also there are so many farms. They hire people with disabilities. Some of them are really keen on computers or technologies, and they take they collect data from plants or veggies or fruits, and what kind of temperatures would be appropriate for that certain fruits or veggies, and what kind of how much they're supposed to provide water or something. Then they provide a good they raise good plants or veggies, or so they pretty much wisely use the technology, and they hire really appropriate people, even though they have disabilities, but they are really good at certain abilities. Then they provide accommodations and modifications so that those people can work really fully, and then they succeedingly bring the profits to the private companies. So I think in that kind of thing, so accommodation modifications and how we're gonna look at students or peoples with disabilities, like hidden abilities, or so if we appropriate cultivate their abilities, we might be able to do a lot of things, and we might be able to provide better profits for private companies. Yeah. So
okay. Thank you for the answer, Professor Kawai. The last questions from the last questions is, in Japan, what is the main challenge that faced by the teacher in serve good education for special need autism? That's the question, Professor.
Thank you very much. That's a big question, and well, we have been working a lot, but we have been struggling with it. Well, as I said into my presentation, there are limited, resources in terms of teachers who are knowledgeable or who have appropriate, the knowledge in special education. Especially nowadays, the number of students has been increasing, especially in special education, even though the number of whole total students are decreasing. So which means the percentage of special education of students are increasing dramatically. However, our training system are not really, following the current trends. So that, even though we, have lots of students here, and we make them to have the special education licensure to graduate, but which doesn't help a lot because there are so many teachers who need special education in licensure, but the number of graduates are not that many. So I think instead of providing teacher licensure in special education, we have to consider different ways. For example, this year we have been planning on a different like training system. So it's sort of a the cumulative training system. So we provide up to 60 clock hours training for teachers, and so that they can obtain the certificate in certain areas like autism or learning disabilities or special education coordinator or something, which are really hot topic in Japan. However, we don't have, our licensure don't never cover those areas. So that once they obtain those kind of the license, sort of the diploma, and bring it to their schools, and the school's principals have to provide the good opportunities for them to become the teachers for special education kids or something. So I think those kind of things are not really those kind of things are not enough to bring up their knowledge or specialty in special education. But we think of better than nothing, and at least we provide the confidence. And whenever they don't know what to deal with certain students, and they can come back to us and consult with us, so that they can once they ask, they get some answers from us, then they provide better education, then they try to solve the problem. And if they can't solve the problem, then they can come back to me again or something. So we try to provide that kind of continuous training program, rather than just a one-time lecture or something. So I think that kind of thing, system might help the system, the school teachers to provide appropriate education for students with disabilities, hopefully. Yeah.
Okay, Professor, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Your answer will be really useful for us and to project what is the future of the special education in our country and also the world. Professor, as the end of question and answer sessions, and also the end of our plenary sessions with you, Professor Norimuni Kawai, PhD. And I, as a moderator, appreciate your talk and the ideas and the knowledge you share with us. I would like to thank you. I'd like to say you a big thanks for everything you share with us. Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, and all participants, distinguished guests and honorable speakers, we still have another speakers after Professor Kawai. Before that, I need to give back the screen to the MCs. To Miss Septia, the screen is yours. Thank you very much. I'm Julian Fikri, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, so thank you to Professor David Evans, Professor Norumune Kawai, and our moderator, Julian Fikri. It was such a good session. We still have 3 keynote speakers for the next session, and it will be led by Mutiara Felicita Amsal, SPDI MPD, as our next moderator. To Miss Felicita, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for Miss Septia to give me a chance. Well, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in this occasion, allow me to welcome you to the Second International Conference on Special Education and Social Inclusion, held by Special Education, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. With them, the implementation of special education in Society 5.0. And now I am Mutiara Felicita Amsal, will be moderating this session. For this session, we have 3 speakers, and we have 45 minutes for each speaker to presentation and 50 minutes for question and answer for each speaker too. And before we continue, I want to say hello first to our speakers. How do you do, Mr. Muhammad Hanafi Muhammad Yassin?
Oh, fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for joining this conference.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And the next speaker is Miss Knapar Fibul Patanak Wong, PhD. How do you do, Miss?
Good, thank you. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again, Miss. We are happy for you to join this conference. And the last speaker will be Dr. Marlina. How do you do, Dr. Marlina?
Yes, I am present. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Marlina. The 3 speakers for this session. Before that, I want to ask to Dr. Muhammad Hanafi, because we have a different time with Indonesia and Malaysia.
Yeah.
It's better for you for this session first, or you can postpone after this. Which
Yes,
one
I
better
can-
for you?
I can proceed now. I
Okay.
can proceed, but take about 45 minutes. Yeah, I can proceed now.
Okay, yeah, you choose now. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, as a brief introduction, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Hanafi Muhammad Yassin currently working in the Center of Education and Wellbeing Community, Faculty of Education, National University of Malaysia, or UKM, specialized in special education. As a lecturer, he emphasized on 5 components: teaching and supervision, research, publication, community service, and consultancy. In terms of instructional component, he teach course for both undergraduate and postgraduate program, namely Introduction to Special Education course, Special Curriculum, Constructing Modules, and Individual Teaching Materials, Hearing Problem. I think that's all about Dr. Muhammad Hanafi Muhammad Yassin, and we are not going to wait any longer. I'm pleased to let Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Hanafi Muhammad Yassin to deliver his speech. To Dr. Muhammad Hanafi Muhammad Yassin, the time and the screen is yours.
Thank you so much to Prof. Mutiara and other speakers as well. So I want to share my can I share? Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
Khabar semua. I would like to thanks to UNP, especially to Special Education Division, and also all those lecturer and committee, to Dean especially, who invite me to share some knowledge on special education in about hearing impairment in the Society 5.0. So long time. So I share my screen here. All right. As we know that 5.0 addresses a number of key pillars, for example, like infrastructure, finance, technology, healthcare, logistics, and of course of AI, artificial intelligence, which has been talked long by Prof. From Japan just now. Okay, this means we in special education are behind. We have not put not only put enough focus on what AI can do, not only for industry, but what it can do to move society forward and solve many of our most pervasive problems. In this case is for the special education in this area is hearing impairment education. Artificial intelligence is gaining popularity, a quicker pace to do this. Okay, quicker pace, at a quicker pace, influencing the way we live, interact, and improve customer experience. So, how come? Okay. What is AI actually? Artificial intelligence. The study of computer systems that attempt to model and apply intelligence to the human mind, and a branch of computer science dealing with the simulation of intelligent behavior in computers. Number 3 is the capability of a machine to imitate intelligent human behavior. So in society, 5.0 society, most of the technology is about artificial intelligence. Yeah, now robot and human can be friends. So robot will help us. In this case, in special education, robot will help us how to teach the hearing impairment student by using artificial intelligence. There's a lot of things of gadgets have been produced by the AI. So we, as a human, can use them, the AI, to teach, to improve our teaching strategies to teach hearing impairment children. So now the rise of artificial intelligence. Yeah, these are the scenario, which is one human and the rest of the picture. In the picture, you can see there is a robot behind that. Okay. Special education teacher should now learn the use of artificial intelligence technology and apply it in teaching. But how we want to apply it? How we want to learn about it? So there's a lot of technology in artificial intelligence, which is we can use. That some of them that we can use today is, for example, artificial intelligence using today is Siri. I believe that all of you have a smartphone right now with you, and then we have a Siri, the most popular assistant offered by Apple in iPhone and iPad, which is we can ask the Siri what we want to do, what all those the knowledge, all the information that we can need. In this case, for the hearing impairment, which is we have the conductive hearing problem, they can hear. So we can ask the problem, from the Siri, and the Siri will tell us about any information about in the world. And the other one is Tesla. Tesla is this is one of the best automobile available now. The car has not only been able to achieve many accolades, but also features like self-driving, predictive capability, and absolute technological innovation. Tesla is in America. The other one, Netflix. I think you all see Netflix. There's a movie from Netflix, which is he will help us with what kind of movie do you like to see. The Netflix will help you. Recommended movie based on what your previous liking and reaction. This is very popular right now. Drones, everywhere we can see drone will help us to do recording, video recording in weather, and also in teaching, we can take a right actual picture from the from drones, video, and then Amazon EQ. Okay, what are the current status of AI? AI, I've been talking so many AI in the 5.0 society. So AI have taken many shape and form over recent years. For example, just now you see mobile phone like Siri, Cortana, video games, character, GPS. Now will help us so helpful. If you want to go somewhere, maybe you want to go to Malaysia, you don't know where place want to go, then the GPS will help you that ways. And also this will help. Okay, robotics. So, and then there one, Google has been a major player on AI transition and deep learning. Deep learning is a machine learning based on algorithms. Okay, in Society 5.0, humanity and mission will solve the greatest issues society face in 21st century. We must embrace that Japan is creating with Society 5.0, or we will simply become the stage of the technology. Just now, Prof. Nakamura has tell us that not all the technology is suitable to us. Maybe in Malaysia or in our country, we are far, far behind from the 5.0 society, especially in the education. So in education, same in my country, also in Malaysia, there are lots of things we have to learn. The teachers must learn about the artificial intelligence that will help the children in the school. In AI, they can help with trapping us an aging population. Most of them is about aging population. Okay. And then the technology and innovation need to be leveraged and aid humans and our advancements, not to replace us in any way, but it will help. The AI will help us. The robotic will help us. For example, after this, I will show you how the AI will help. So increase investment in autonomous vehicle. This is some of the AI playing most roles in AI. Concentrated effort to leverage the data will produce transparency and fraud prevention in our society. Cognitive AI is producing results toward the goals of Society 5.0. Voice prompted AI assistant are currently providing consumer support by depositing money, and then performing trades, mastering trades, perform networking and onboarding of customers. Far less need for the cash and brick and mortar banks. So AI is some will help us to doing that regulating in every day. Okay, will help us do the assessment and help us to do transferring money, everything. Okay, these are everything talk just now. Nakamura tell us what is. So how about to teach hearing impairment children? So the industry have come up with, they call it closed captioning, personalized things. It is will help the hearing technology. We are helping in hearing technology have made it possible for those with little hearing to focus solely on a single noise and enhance it rather than overwhelming by a lot of fake noises when teacher teach in the class, walking in the street or going to the party. Okay, so we look, you see, closed captioning personalized, we can use it in the class, but until now we do not know how much is the price. So when we use it in the class, especially in the inclusive education class, when the hearing impairment children will learn in the inclusive setting, so there's a lot of noises, which is when the children use the hearing aids, it's hard for them to focus on the teacher sound, or maybe will be disturbed from the other sound somewhere in the environment. So with this closed captioning personalized, they will help the children to hear clearly from the teacher, teaching, from the teacher. Teaching the class, walking in the street, or going to the party. What? Okay, the teach uses AI is to transcribe live conversation in a real time, with also translate sign language to text quickly. It will help to translate sign language to text quickly. AI also help in adjusting the sound processor. Will help the sound processor of an auditory aid in order to fit the exact parameter of a person's ear shape and disability. This process is called fitting or programming. Okay, I do not know how do we want to purchase this, but this will help will change the scenario in the inclusive education setting, which is the hearing impairment children in the class of inclusive education can use this technology. The technology will help them. And this is auditory AI assistant, auditory artificial intelligence assistant, auditory assistant. Artificial intelligence assistant are essential, more advanced hearing aids that help determine the best fit based on individual cochlear implant. For example, when the children do the cochlear implant, sometimes in the class they can't hear so clearly. So auditory AI assistant will help the children to hear and will determine the best fit based on individual cochlear implant. Help to improve patient outcome. This will help the children when we learn then the outcome. The outcome means the achievement of the children in the inclusive education setting. So it is for improving their hearing with daily tasks and in the classroom. All right. It also will develop a mobile application that natural language and sign language will use in the class. Processing the transcript conservation in real time. Also by speaking into the microphone, that apply uses natural language processing software together the dialogue between the children in the class and also the dialogue from the teacher. Sound isolation. This one of the AI can help the hearing impairment children. The third-party effect in which a person with good hearing can focus their attention on a single speaker in a noisy environment or in a classroom, filtering out of other sounds. For example, this sound. When in the class, in the inclusive education, there are typical children. Sometimes in the class, the typical children will talk during the teacher's lesson. And then with this sound isolation, the children while using this, they can focus and give more attention to the teacher. Right? Prediction of language on cochlear implant. This is by the Chinese University of Hong Kong, and the Children's Hospital Chicago work together to develop machine learning algorithm that can predict language ability in deaf children with a cochlear implant. They can use it to predict the language from the children. Researchers use advanced algorithm to predict individuals' children's future language development based on their brain image before surgery. Okay, the machine learning algorithm identify a typical pattern that indicate hearing loss early in life. This is an immersive reader. Immersive reader is a text-to-speech and reading comprehension tools to their application is now generally available and will help reader improve their reading comprehension. As we know that most of our children, hearing impairment children, have a problem with reading comprehension. And this immersive reader will help the children to improve their reading comprehension in the class. So this will help them to get good achievement in their exam, in their assessment. Okay. It also immersive reader will improve reading fluency and comprehension in learner of background abilities and learning style. So artificial intelligence has recently been developed to help those with disability. These are some of the things that will help the children, the hearing impairment children, to learn in the class, especially in inclusive education class. But we have to purchase it, and the teacher must learn how to use this gadget, this AI, artificial intelligence, and then how to get it. Maybe, for example, like University of Negeri Padang have their lab, and you can try it. You can try it at your lab school by using all those gadgets, the artificial intelligence gadgets that they produce. You can use it and try it at your lab, at a school lab, in a special education lab. Okay, challenges that deaf and hard of hearing students face in the classroom. So some of the AI just now that I'm showing to you will help the children to overcome the problem in the classroom. For example, like classroom acoustic. Acoustic are often a problem in the classroom, but luckily there are several ways to solve this challenge. Deaf and hard of hearing students need full visual access. So the best seating arrangement. You will put the hearing impairment children in front of the class, especially in inclusive education class. So for full participation, engagement, and access by these student is to arrange desks in a U shape. This is normal things. This will allow the student to see who is speaking and participate fully in the conversation. So the acoustic in the class sometimes will disturb while maybe other sound from outside from the class. Also, we recommend not placing a deaf or hard of hearing student near the aircon unit, in a portable building, or near a window. Hearing aids can pick up and amplify all outside sound. Just now I mean that outside sounds, making it impossible to understand what is happening in the classroom. If you place a student by the window, be mindful that if there is a carpet in the room, it will help the distinction of sound versus hardwood floor, allowing sound to bounce around and become overwhelming. Just now I tell you about reducing the sound which the children use the hearing aids that will help him to focus. With the artificial intelligence gadget in it, will help the children to focus from the other sound, from outside sound. And then lighting also a challenges to the hearing impaired in the children, in the school. I mean, fluorescent light emit a special sound that interfere with hearing aids and cochlear implant, making it ever more difficult when trying to distinguish what peer or the teacher are saying. Consider the placement of the window or in relation to the teacher, the interpreter, and the deaf or hard of hearing student. Window and lighting should not be behind the interpreter or teacher, because this makes it difficult, if not impossible, to see the signing produced by the interpreter or the teacher's lesson. So these are some changes. Language deficiency. Keep in mind that some deaf students first or second language may not be in Malaysia, maybe Bahasa Malaysia language or Indonesian language. Be sure to provide an appropriate interpretation service that will effectively communicate the lesson or in their primary language. Just now I said you that will help to interpret the language and help the children to hear more clearly to the teacher. Okay, experiential shortage. Research show that deaf children often lag behind their hearing peers when it comes to numbers concept, language, and problem solving skill. Hearing students constantly absorb new information and knowledge through the daily noises, conversation, and language that is spoken around them. Deaf and hard of hearing students do not have the luxury. Teachers can bridge this gap by being flexible in the way that they respond to the educational concern of their deaf children. So the teacher can help, can give more visual experience to the children. Okay, lips reading, residual hearing. Teacher often hypothesis that their deaf students are capable of lip readings, which can be true, but it is essential to keep in mind that only 30 to 40% of spoken English is distinguishable on the lips, because sometimes the same lip shape will be different sound. The lip shape is same, but it is come up with a different sound of spoken English in distinguishable on the lip. Student who really on lip reading often perform better when it is a subject that is familiar. When lecturing student, teachers should consistently face their deaf student never talk when handing papers. Pause before heading to a new subject and give the deaf student applicable time to process the preceding subject information in case he or she has any question. So, as teacher who teach hearing impairment, you have to remember some of the children in your class is depending on the lip readings, but not all the children can use the lip readings. It's only by research it's been shown that 30 to 40% only spoken English will use this lip readings, but we can help them by pronounce clearly and also face to the children when you're talking to them. Inadequate knowledge and awareness. Child learn differently, even if teachers are given instruction how to best assist one of their deaf children, jump student. It could be completely different for the next resulting in academic gap. For example, in language, most of the hearing impairment children have a gap in language. So we don't, some of the parents have to assist their children at home and then hire a personal teacher at home to teach their children about the language, but we cannot depend on it. Some of the students is very hard, they have a problem. And English knowledge and awareness. To minimize this educational gap, teachers could present the direction of task in an assortment of ways to be positive that the deaf student will comprehend and complete tasks properly. It is important to not assume that because a student can hear sound and voices, that he or she can distinguish speech and process acoustic language. Social concern. Children who are deaf often tend to feel uncomfortable in the classroom when drawing attention to their hearing problem. Okay, they want to be like their friend with normal hearing, so this drives them to mainly keep to themselves and prefer to not take part in the classroom activities. Okay, especially most of the teacher, most of our children in the inclusive setting, sometimes they don't want to to take part in the classroom activity. Okay, this lack of engagement and attention often wear on the child, making them tired and cause headaches. When arranging setting chart, keep in mind that it is best to incorporate deaf students into smaller groups. This will help the children relax and focus on their schoolwork rather than unwanted, distracting social interaction. Collaboration. Due to busy schedules, during the school year, it is often difficult to hold regular collaborative meetings with the individuals that are critical important to the deaf student academic progress. We recommend that teachers remain in constant, close communication with the student and his or her parents, as well as make sure the interpreter is available to assist with complete understanding. This will ensure that everyone is on the same page and is available for ongoing conversation about proper educational technique and adequate learning environment for the deaf or hard of hearing student. These are one of the challenges that the children face is curriculum and instruction. Some teachers require all students to take lecture notes during class. A suggestion to assist the deaf student with this requirement would be to provide them with a written or digital copy of the lecture information beforehand. If it is preferred that the student engage more actively in class, teacher can provide a printed copy listing key points so that the majority of the student attention remain on the lesson. We also encourage teachers to use interactive whiteboard if available. So in class, in the classroom, before the teacher start the lesson, maybe some of the key words of the lesson you can write down on the board. Maybe about 5 or 6 keywords that you want to teach during your lesson, then you write on the board, then to make the children know about the meaning of the words. And then we will help the children to follow what the lesson you want to teach them. Lack of resources. Often schools are not capable of supplying their deaf or hard of hearing students with a proper technology that could significantly increase the learning development process. It could be any from assistive technology. Yeah, this is one thing will help a teacher, will help the children to learn effectively in the class. We are encourage teacher to use the assistive technology. For example, just now, as you know, that smartphone has many information in it, will supply information. Just know that is, for example, like Siri, just now we can ask Siri, and then also with sign language. This could, any from assistive technology. Assistive technology will help so much in your class. Interactive whiteboard, PRI, chat room, strobe light, digital pen technology, closed captioning on a movie, and voices, infrared system, hearing aid, computable, computer-assisted note-taking, ASL video. For example, ASL is American Sign Language, but in Indonesia will be Indonesian Sign Language, videos for testing material, alert system such as vibrating system, and alarm and interpreters in the classroom. These are challenges that deaf and hard of hearing students face in the classroom, and we hope it help open conversation in your school and district about taking a few additional steps to assist deaf students in the classroom by acknowledging the challenges deaf students are facing and implement strategy to alleviate those learning barriers. Teachers create a learning environment that will benefit all students every day. So, as you know that the artificial intelligence in the 5.0 is have a lot of things will help the deaf or hard of hearing children in the class to learn. Just now I show you, for example, like the caption, and also the immersive reader, for example, and predicting a language on cochlear implant is before they are doing the cochlear implant. This sound isolation is it need a lot in the classroom. Will help the deaf or hard of hearing children in the classroom, which is will help them to reduce the noisy environment or in the classroom, or is filtering out other sounds. Auditory AI assistant, closed captioning, personalization. These are those things that will help the deaf and hard of hearing to learn in the classroom. So this is what I'm telling, that the strategy, the new strategy in learning for the hearing impairment in the 5.0 society, in society 5.0. So all the teachers must be well versed for doing for using all these things in the class, but it will take a high budget on it. Maybe for instance, maybe Universitas Negeri Padang can use it. Can try it at your lab school in your university, and your university can try it to your lab school to the hearing impairment in the class. So we will be the using of this technology will be used in the teaching. I think that's all that I can share with you. Just the strategy in the classroom, how to overcome the challenges in the classroom. So maybe in future, or now, right now, in the lecture, especially in the special education unit in the UNP, you can introduce all those things, all those gadgets, all those AI, artificial intelligence that can use in helping deaf and hard of hearing students to overcome the challenges in the class. That will all this AI intelligence will help the teacher teach more effectively in the class, and also to make the inclusive class success, to have the hearing impairment to be the to success in the typical class, to link together with their typical peer. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hanafi. And I say, like, special education teachers should know about artificial intelligence, right?
They should know.
Yes.
So what my suggest is, the University of Padang, you have a special education unit. In Faculty of Education, you can purchase all those AI things that you can introduce it to your student.
Our student, yes. I hope like that too.
Maybe you also can do some research in in nearby school, and then give the AI to the teacher, also to the children to use it, and then we can take data from it.
The data first, yeah.
Just one point, and then this will be a paper from. You can write a paper, article about it. This is research. I know that UNP has a lot of money. You can pay. Then you can try it. All those AI gadgets this now and produce. I'm telling you this now. That is very good. That will help the children, hearing impairment children, to learn in the school, and then will help them to get more achievement, especially in language problem.
Yes,
So I believe this is will help. This will help, and then to help to make all the students to know about it, and also will help together with the assistive technology. Will come together with assistive technology, especially in inclusive education setting class. Okay, I think.
Okay, we should try that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for delivering a meaningful presentation, Mr. Hanafi. And do you still have a time for question and answer session?
Okay, I see. What,
Okay.
10 minutes.
Okay, the first questions from Herlina in Maluku. She asks, in Malaysia, how is the growth of the use of auditory artificial intelligence assistants? Is any collaboration with another country in developing it?
Yeah.
Please answer directly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So this is a good question. In Malaysia, no, only the school in the private school only. Private school, and also it's a wealthy family, which is they have a lot of money. They can purchase of those things because the AI intelligence is not cheap. Because new things, so the price is quite high. So what they are doing is right now they are using the hearing aids, which can reduce all those noisy from the environment, and then the children will only focus from the teachers only. And is using in the private school, which is private school inclusive education, which is in the class there's only 2 or 1 only hearing impairment children in the class, which is applying the teacher suggest the parent to buy it because
need a lot of budget.
Most of the children to go to private school is the wealthy from a wealthy family. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. And do you still have a time for one question again?
Yeah, can.
Okay. The last question is from Nita in Madiun. What the main challenge in implementing technology for helping students with hearing impairment?
Excuse me. What is not what?
What the main challenge in implementing technology?
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay, I know. Okay, thank you so much from Maluku. From Maluku is not? Yes.
Madiun.
Madiun. Oh, Madiun. Okay. All right. Thank you for your question. Okay, what the main challenges? Now I tell you about challenges the children are facing in the classroom. So what the challenge that will, if we want to use the artificial intelligence, the challenge is knowledge. The knowledge. Okay. Some of not. Yes, I would like to say. I think I can say that most of the teacher do not know what is the artificial intelligence is, and how to use it, and where to purchase it. Okay, so sometimes they know it, but they do not know how to use it effectively. So the first challenge is, just now I said that all the teachers or the bakal guru, all teachers must have the knowledge about artificial intelligence, and also the technology that you can use in the hearing impairment. So, but we also must know where to purchase it, and so where to get it, how to buy it, because it, for instance, the price is now, because it's a new, the price, some of the thing is very high. The price is very high. Not all can purchase it. Not all students can get it. Even I think maybe in University Negeri Padang can buy it and give it to the loan it to the children, to hearing impairment loan it, and then to get it back. But mostly the lecturer must know about the activation, how to use it, how to handle it, how to maintenance it. If not, just give it and then they can't use it effectively. There's no use about it. So the main challenge is the teacher must have a knowledge about it, and also we must have a good budget on it, how to buy it, and knowledge, budget, and how to maintenance it to make it more effectively, and then the teacher in the class also how to know how to give it, to use that channel to give a good lesson in the class, to make sure the things will help the children to learn effectively. I think that is the main challenge in the using the artificial intelligence. I think most of our world also will facing the same things. In fact, I think in Japan, I don't know, maybe they can use it very well because they have a lot of money and the technology invented from there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Hanafi Muhammad Yassin, who has been sharing interesting and insightful speech. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay,
and
sorry.
And let us
not fluent
presentation. Sure?
Not so good. The presentation is.
This is a good presentation.
Well,
All
thank you,
right, ladies and gentlemen, that is from Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Hanafi Muhammad Yassin, and
I have to leave.
Okay, sure, you can. Thank you so
Okay.
much, sir.
Thank you so much to
Yes.
UNP. Thank you so much to the webinar committee, to Dean, to Dr. Malina. Thank you so much. Hopefully, can invite me next time. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So I'm leaving now. I'm leaving.
Yes, you can leave.
Okay, bye. Bye. Bye.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, and now we move to the another speakers. The another speakers is Miss Knakporn Fibu Patanawong, PhD. I call her Le. Hi, Miss Le.
Hi, I'm good, thank you.
How are you? You look so beautiful.
Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, as a brief introduction, Assistant Professor Knakporn Fibu Patanawong, PhD, as you know, I call her Le, is currently Director of Master and Doctoral Program in Special Education at Faculty of Education, Sri Nakarinwirat University, Bangkok, Thailand. Prior to her PhD study, Knakporn was a project officer at UNICEF, Thailand Country Office, and her first book with title Why Elephants Are Afraid of Mice was given an award by Thailand's Foundation for Children, while the series of 4 picture books, Heroes, and been translated into China. I think just it about Miss Knakporn Fibu Patanawong. Is it okay, Miss Le?
Yeah.
Are you ready for present?
Yeah. Yes, I
Okay.
am.
All right, we are not going to wait any longer. I'm pleased to Miss Knakporn Fibu Patanawong, PhD, to deliver her speech to Miss Knakporn Fibu Patanawong, PhD. The time and the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Putila, for the introduction. It's nice to see you again, and it's really nice to be here. And I hope that the COVID situation will get better soon. And I hope that I will get to travel to Padang again. So in the meantime, please be safe and take care of yourself. Okay, today I'm talking about assessment and intervention of learning difficulties. And first, I would like to talk about the situation in Thailand. And I hope that talking about it will bring up topics for further discussion during the 2 days of this conference. Okay. In the year 2015, all countries that are member of United Nations met and agree on the goals to be achieved by the year 2030. And goal number 4 is to provide inclusive and quality education for all children. And
excuse me, Ms. I interrupt first. Can't you make the slides
bigger? Okay. Yeah, I think so. Is it? Yes.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and so one indicator of the goal number 4 is for all students to have basic reading and mathematics skills. Okay, and in Thailand, Thailand has been quite successful in providing access to education for all children. However, providing quality and inclusive education has always been a challenge. And today there are over 300,000 students in Thailand who have difficulty reading, writing, and have difficulty with mathematics skills, even they are in schools. There are several reasons that students have difficulties achieving basic literacy and numeracy skills, such as inadequate learning opportunity or being a second language student. But also there are children who have learning difficulties, although they have the same educational opportunities as their peer, and they also speak Thai as a first language. So early identification is very important so that early intervention can take place. And in Thailand, there are 2 types of assessments of learning difficulties: clinical assessment and educational assessment. And this means that learning difficulty are seen in Thailand from 2 perspectives: clinical assessment from clinical perspective and educational perspective. Clinical assessment in Thailand is done in public hospitals and selected private hospitals. And the purpose is to obtain doctor certificate for disability registration. And the assessment tools used are mainly an IQ test. The most often used is WIS-4 and an achievement test. And the most often used is Violent Achievement Test. So if students have average or above average intelligence but have academic achievement on reading, writing, or on mathematics, 2 grades lower than their actual grades, they are identified with specific learning disorder. So you can see that the clinical assessment in Thailand is mainly based on the definition of specific learning disorder in DSM-4 by APA or American Psychiatric Association. Although now DSM-5 has been issued for quite some time. Okay. And with a disability certificate, parents can request for support from the government, such as from like free medical care and free public transportations. However, there are students that have learning difficulties just because they learn differently. And this instruction that they are receiving are not appropriate for their different needs. Therefore, educational assessment are needed. And in Thailand, educational assessment is done in school. And the Thai Ministry of Education has issued a screening tool, which is a checklist. And sometimes the checklist is used with a reading, writing, or mathematics test. And the assessment is done by 2 trained teachers who work in the schools. And if the students are screened as having a learning disability, the school can request for support from the Ministry of Education for 1 academic year. And the support includes educational services and educational materials. And it's worth around like 2,000 baht for 1 student for 1 year. But however, to continue to receive the support for the following years, the student need to obtain a disability certificate. So the system in Thailand has allowed Thai students to receive support without having a disability certificate for 1 year. But however, the Thai government need to make improvement on providing continuous support for students without disability certificate. So we have to think about providing support longer than 1 year, even though the student do not have disability certificate. Okay. After the student have been identified with learning difficulties, the intervention that they receive are very different. The most often used method in teaching Thai language is by spelling distribution method, meaning that students are taught to say the name of the letters, and then they say the name of the letters, and then they say the tone, the name of the tone symbols, and then they pronounce the word. And the Thai Language Institute encourages Thai teachers to use different methods in teaching Thai language, like to meet the different needs of Thai students. However, the institute also say that spelling distribution method is the oldest form of oldest method of teaching word reading in Thai language, and is an effective method. However, in teaching spelling distribution method, there are also many different ways for students to spell out the words. So you can see that the type of intervention Thai children are receiving are very different. Also, in Thailand, around 2 years ago, the Thai Ministry of Education has started an RT test, which is a reading test taken by all grade 1 students. And the test takes place once a year. And the information from the test allow the government, the Ministry of Education, to understand the quality of reading instruction in schools around the country. And the test also provide information on the area that Thai grade 1 students most often have difficulties with, such as like words with the final sound or word with the tone symbol. And the information is analyzed at school, district, and national level. So in addition, RTI or response to intervention is gaining interest among Thai researchers, and the system has also been tried out in a couple of educational districts in Thailand. RTI is a multi-tier approach to early identification and support of students with learning needs. So in the US, Individual with Disability Act states that in determining whether a child has a specific learning disability, a local educational agency may use a process that determines if the child responds to scientific research-based intervention. And this statement has allowed RTI to be used in determining specific learning disorder in addition to clinical assessment. The term RTI, the term associated with RTI is MTSS, or multi-tier system of support. However, the term MTSS has not gained a lot of attention in Thailand, but I believe that it will gain popularity in the near future. MTSS is often seen as a broader term that includes RTI and PBIS, and it also includes other components such as community involvement and professional development. So there are essential components of RTI, such as universal screening and progress monitoring. And curriculum-based measurement is often used for the purposes. And curriculum-based measurement uses tests that are brief and easy to administer. And the tests are administered frequently and to monitor student progresses. And the tests of early reading often include letter sound fluency, word reading, non-word reading, passage reading, and reading comprehension. And in Bangkok, Bangkok Metropolitan Administration is trying out a form of curriculum-based measurement. So students who study in Bangkok Metropolitan School have to take a short reading test every month. The test is quite short for like about 5 minutes. And so they take this test every month during the year. So it's around 9 times a year. And then the tests are on word reading, sentence reading, and passage reading. And if the student do not make progress, the teachers have to report to the educational supervisor at the Bangkok Metropolitan. And now we are waiting to see if this the system will be successful, and so everyone is waiting to see the result of using this system. Another component of RTI is a school-wide multi-tier instructional system for preventing learning difficulties. The multi-tier instruction include 3 tiers, and tier 1 include universal screening and high quality instruction that meet the needs of most students. And tier 1, instruction in tier 1 is provided to all students and mostly take place in regular classroom. And students who do not respond to the instruction in tier 1 also receive evidence-based instruction in tier 2. as well as the instruction in Tier 1 in regular classroom. The intervention in Tier 2 is often provided in small groups, and it aims at targeting the area that the student have difficulty with. And if the student do not respond to the instruction or intervention in Tier 2, they will receive individualized instruction in Tier 1. The intervention in Tier 3 is similar to the intervention in Tier 2, but with increased in intensity. And they also may also receive comprehensive assessment. However, in implementing RTI, it is important to know what the quality instruction in Tier 1 and evidence-based instruction in Tier 2 and Tier 3 are. But the research-based instruction of the research-based information in teaching Thai language is unclear. In the US, National Reading Panel identified 5 essential components of reading instruction: phonemic awareness, and awareness of the smallest unit of sound in spoken language, and the ability to manipulate the sounds in different ways. Phonic is an understanding of the relationship between the letters and the sound, and the ability to translate between them. And fluency is the ability to read or to perform reading-related tasks with accuracy and with adequate speed. Vocabulary knowledge is a knowledge of words and what they mean. And vocabulary knowledge helps students to be able to decode words and to understand the meaning of text. Text comprehension is an understanding of what the text means, and this is one of the important goals in reading. However, Thai language is a unique language, and the knowledge about teaching reading in other language may not be applied to Thai. So, for example, even though like we have the knowledge about evidence-based practices in other countries, in Thailand we may need different methods of assessment and intervention. And these are pictures from the Thai grade 2 textbooks by the Thai Ministry of Education. And you can see that we have our own script. We have 44 consonants and 32 vowels. And in learning Thai language, we need to learn a larger number of letters than learning to read in the English language. And Thai language is seen as a visually complex script. And below you can see the pictures of Thai letters here, and they are looking quite similar. And sometimes Thai children get confused, and then they name the wrong letters. Thai is an alphabetic language and similar to English language, but it is a tonal language similar to Chinese language. So for example, these 3 words share the same consonant and share the same vowel sound, but they have different tones and they have different meaning. So the word ma means to come, ma means a horse, and ma means a dog. So the tone awareness comes like really quite naturally for most Thai children, but it can take some time for speakers of other languages to get used to. And Thai language also has misaligned vowel, so the vowel can be placed in front of, behind, above, or below a consonant. So in providing intervention of reading difficulties in Thailand, we do not talk much about sounds in our language, and we rarely talk about phonics. And we use the teaching technique called spelling distribution that I have already mentioned. But maybe it's because the Thai letter names are almost the same as Thai letter sounds. So Thai children learn the sound automatically when they learn the letters. And although we have found that phonological awareness predict reading ability in Thai language, the unique nature of Thai language may influence phonological development and reading development. Therefore, in assessing reading difficulties in Thai language, we may need different measures for assessment. And in providing intervention, we may also need different methods in providing instruction. And so because each language is unique, I believe that it is important that we conduct research in order to understand the process of reading acquisition in our language and determine the effective practice in teaching reading in our languages. One issue in establishing a system of assessment and intervention of reading difficulty is that we need to think about sustainability. Like each year, every year at my university, there are like a few research students who want to conduct research in RTI or PBIS. However, they often go into the school themselves and then provide intervention in Tier 2, the small group intervention in Tier 2, or individualized instruction in Tier 3. And one of them even planned like to bring in a psychologist for comprehensive assessment in Tier 3. So I feel that it is important to ask them to think about sustainability. What's going to happen if they have finished their research and then they leave the school? Like, can the school continue the system after they have left? And I have met a few school directors and educational supervisors that are trying to develop their own system of assessment and intervention. And the systems are not comprehensive and they are certainly not perfect, but I think they are practical. And the system that they design and they are implementing will last. They are practical and they will last in the socio-economic context of the community of the school. So although there are different system of assessment and intervention established in other countries, and some of them are well supported by research, or some of them are receiving a lot of attention. But I believe that it is important that we develop our own system of assessment and early intervention that is appropriate to our own context, so that the system is sustainable in our community. In Thailand, we have a limited number of teachers who are specifically trained to work with students with learning difficulties. However, I believe that regular teachers who are dedicated and who are willing to adjust the instruction to meet the different needs of students can be successful in helping children with learning difficulties. But again, in Thailand, teachers have a lot of responsibilities and workloads. And so technology therefore can be helpful tools for teachers to use in supporting children with learning difficulty. In a project that I work with Thammasat University Hospital, we work with 3 schools to provide reading intervention for students with reading difficulties. And one teacher worked with a group of 5 to 7 students, 1 hour a day, 4 days a week. And after one semester, some students are responding very well and they are learning fast. But some students are learning at slower rate and they may need more time. And teachers find that using mobile application on tablets are helpful to them. When 1 or 2 students work on their own on a tablet, the teachers are able to provide individualized instruction to students who need more intensive support. And this is an example of an augmented reality book. At our center, Special Education Development Center at Sri Nakarin Virod University, we developed 18 augmented reality books for teaching 18 single vowels in Thai language to students with reading difficulties. And after we have finished the project, the books will belong to the Ministry of Education. And the Ministry of Education will distribute the books to the schools. So augmented reality is a technology that allows the real world images to be augmented with virtual images. The images can be like 3D or 2D. They can also be animated, and they also like have sounds like a video with sounds. So the technology can be used for several purposes, such as like business, tourism, and in education. This is an example. This video is from our project on using AR to extend the use of adjective in children with autism. The application, the mobile application for reading the books is called A+ Reader, and the application and the book will be made available for teacher for free downloads, and the teachers can download them for free from all over the country. So, but our augmented reality books come with lesson plans, and teachers have important roles in teaching students. It is because we believe that technologies are helpful tools to teachers, but technologies cannot replace teachers. So in addition, technology needs to be well designed so that it is useful and effective, and they need to run smoothly so that students do not get frustrated when using them. I don't know how to turn on to the next page. Okay. While students are receiving intervention, it is important to ensure that our students are able to access the curriculum in regular classroom. And differentiated instruction that Marina is going to talk about, and the universal design for learning that Professor David has mentioned is gaining interest in Thailand. So differentiated instruction is a strategy that allows students to learn and to show what they have learned in different ways. And In differentiated in instruction, teacher differentiate content, process, and product according to student readiness, interest, and learning profile. And I believe that Professor Marina will talk about it in more detail. Universal design for learning is a concept originated from universal design in architecture. And in designing building, it is important that we ensure that everyone is able to access the building easily and effectively. In learning, it is also important that learning activities are designed in the way that every student can access the content and participate in the learning processes. Universal design for learning has three main principles: providing multiple means of representation, providing multiple means of action, and providing multiple means of engagement. And our master degree programs at the center, at our Special Education Development Center, has become quite different from the past. In the past, our students only need to be able to write IEPs and IIPs, but now they need to be able to demonstrate that they can write lesson plans for regular classroom. And lesson plan need to include everyone in the classroom. So this is almost the end of my presentation, and I would like to conclude that it is in establishing an effective system of assessment and intervention of learning difficulties. It is important to first to conduct research in order to understand the process of reading acquisition in our own language and determine effective practice in teaching reading in our own language. Second is to develop system of assessment and early intervention that is appropriate to our own context so that the system is sustainable. And to design and provide technological tools for teachers to use in supporting children with special needs. But remember that technologies are tools for teachers and are not there to replace teachers. And four, to ensure that the students are able to access the curriculum in regular classroom. And I have worked over 15 years in the field of special education in Thailand. And I have found that the roles of special education teacher in Thailand are slowly changing. Slowly, but still they are changing. From working in special education classroom to working in regular classrooms. And researchers in special education are doing research on RTI or differentiated instruction in regular schools with our children. So there is a hope that maybe in a far future, regular education and special education will become one, meaning that the education in schools in Thailand are inclusive of our children. And I hope that my presentation today has brought up topics for us to further discuss about during the 2 days of this conference. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
I will stop screen sharing.
Okay, you can stop it. Okay, thank you so much for the presentations, for delivering a meaningful speech to all of us. And we already collect questions. And the first question came from, no name. No name. The question is, could RTI used for identify student functional and their ability in transition, live from school to job? Can you hear my voice?
Yes, yes. RTI is mainly to use with academics um, intervention. Actually, is a instruction, a form of instruction that happens, yes, and it's mainly focused on academic. But there are also other systems such as PBIS that deals with behavior of children. But I think that the system can be applied to other things, just like, and actually the concept is just like the school-wide screening. We have like a screening system for all children, and if the student do not if we find that the student do not respond well to the instruction, we find a way to address their difficulties. And so I think the concept can be applied to actually to other skills and at other levels as well. Is that answer the question?
Okay, thank you for the answer. That's the first questions. We move to the second questions. You still have a time? Yeah. Of course. From Mr. Fuad, but he didn't give who is it. And the question is, how is learning in formal education from kindergarten, elementary school to higher education in speakers local area, the speakers in new normal period, as well as the evaluation of control from the government? That's the question.
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the question. Can you help?
Okay, I repeat again. How in learning in formal education from kindergarten, elementary school to higher education in speakers local, it means like in Thailand.
Okay.
Okay, in new normal period.
Okay.
As well as the evaluation of control from the government. So in your country, in Thailand, yeah, Thailand.
All right. Actually, Thailand is trying to distribute, like to provide local agency the authority in providing education, but the process has not been very successful. But the government is trying to, and like in Bangkok is the province, the city that the local agency have been very successful. We have over 400 metropolitan Bangkok schools, while we only have like 40 schools that are under the Ministry of Education. But as Professor Sir David suggested, we have compulsory textbook. The Ministry of Education issued a textbook for use all over the country. And that may not be as inclusive, but anyway, school have a choice in choosing to use them or not to use them. Actually, the school are allowed not to use them, but the problem is that in using them is ensure that the student meet the requirement of the curriculum, and so the school try choose to use the textbook just to know that they are definitely meet the requirement of the curriculum and the government. If they do not choose, then they have to decide their own programs or learning material, and that is like they have to do it very well. So sometimes they just use the guideline from the government. Yeah.
So the school should redesigns with own teachers with rule from government.
We have core curriculum. We have core curriculum for primary education, and we just need to follow the core curriculum. Like the core curriculum states something like the children are able to communicate fluently or effectively. That's what the student have to do. The student are able to read Thai, like this kind of Thai text, this level of Thai language. And that's all the teacher have to do. But sometimes the teacher are allowed to choose the textbook themselves or decide their own lesson. But sometimes like using the books from the government is easier. They know that they will be successful, and they know that like it's ensure that they will get approved. So I hope that Thai teacher will be more courageous, like they more brave, and to try out like their own design, and then to think about their student and take a risk, and like decide their own lesson plan and decide their own learning material. Hopefully, yeah.
Yes. Thank you for the answer. And we still have one question.
Yeah.
A question from Chesa. So I don't know, is she or he from Medan.
Yeah.
What the main challenge in implementing technology for assess students and identify students?
Well, internet is a problem. Actually, I have to admit that like it works very well in Bangkok, but it doesn't work as well in the south or in the north, just because of the internet. Just like how I'm teaching online right now, and the teacher in the south of Thailand, sometimes they get cut off from the lesson because the internet doesn't work very well, and that's one issue. So when we design technology, sometimes like the application, we design it so that our AR book, we design it so that they can come to school and teacher use the school internet and download them. And then when the student go home, they do not need to use the internet anymore. So we have to decide like they can come and download the program at the center in school. And then when they go back home, they don't need to use the internet. That's still the problem in Thailand. Yeah.
Okay, I think we have the same challenges about internet. Okay, thank you very much, Le, for interesting topic today, and that's all for your sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the last speakers for this webinar. I want to say hello first. Hello, Dr. Marlina. Mute. Can you? Okay. How are you, Miss?
I'm fine, thank you.
All right. As a brief introduction, Dr. Marlina SPD MSI. She graduated from Psychology of Education in Universitas Negeri Malang for doctoral degrees, and Psychology of Education at UGM Yogyakarta for master degrees. And she have a lot of research and publication article, and you can see at the screen a lot of publications. And she also have a book. There's 3 books. Okay, I think that's all about Dr. Marlina. So are you ready, Dr. Marlina?
I can sustain. Hello?
Yes, of course. Okay, all right. We're not going to wait any longer. I'm pleased to let Dr. Marlina deliver her speech. To Dr. Marlina, the time and the screens is yours.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This presentation is the result of our research that we had conducted since 2019. And the research will take place for the next 2 years, which is funded by the Directorate of Research and Community Service, Ministry of Education and Culture of Indonesia. So,
I can hear your voice, Miss. I can't. I think you need to change your headphone.
okay. My topic,
Oh, okay.
right?
Excuse me, Miss. Can you make your presentation bigger?
Oh yes, I slide so. Okay. Jadi so.
Okay.
My topic right now is differentiated instruction strategies for students with special needs in inclusive schools, implementation and challenges for teachers. So the first time, why is learning differentiated? Number one, students are different. The learning needs are also different. Talents, interests, readiness, and learning preferences also different. Is it still taught the same way? So this is our problem. What is differentiated learning? A learning approach that accommodates different academic needs by considering student readiness, interest, and student learning style. There is component. There are 4 components differentiated learning, namely content, process, product, and learning environment.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Can't you wear your headphone because your voice is not clear? Yes. No.
Okay. Clearly?
Still not clear.
Clearly? Clearly?
Okay, it's better, ma'am. Okay, you can continue.
Clear. Okay. Let's we continue. A concept of differentiated learning. Let's see. Non-differentiated learning, that is right now our condition in Indonesia. Labeling students are grouped by ability. Assuming students are unable to do assignment and think at high level, learning is not based on assessment and learning needs. So students and with the same curriculum, with the same success criteria, teachers are fully responsible for student learning, and the last, unstructured learning activities. In Indonesia, inclusive education has been introduced since 1998, roughly 20 years from now. However, until now, in its implementation, there is still much that needs to be improved, especially involving students with special needs in an inclusive setting. So let's see why differentiated learning and characteristics. Flexible. In differentiated learning, students flexible learn with peers of different activities according to their strength and interest. Profit learning assignment according to student interest and learning readiness, but still report to the learning objective. And learning based on assessment and learning needs. Students learn with the same curriculum but use varying success criteria. Students decide from the self-paced how to learn, and the last structured learning activities. When viewed from the 6 points, our education delivery still adds to this understanding. It is true what Prof. Evanes said, that it's difficult to change with our mindset and paradigm. Now, we see differences between the traditional class and the differentiated class. Traditional class is the condition right now in Indonesia. Maybe I don't know what about Australia and Thailand or Malaysia. Yeah. In Indonesia, student differences were seen as a problem, big problem, student differences. The suspect is carried out at the end of the lesson to find out who mastered the material, and more highlight intellectual intelligence. And there is only one definition about excellence. Student interest is rarely noticed, and the student learning profile is rarely considered. The last, learning dominates the whole class. What about in differentiated class? Student difference were addressed as a basis for planning. This is asset. This is added value in education. Assessment is carried out continuously, and assessment are carried out to understand how to design learning to be more responsive, more to acknowledge the existence of multiple intelligences, not intellectual intelligence only. Excellence is measured by individual growth and development. Students are often guided to make study choices based on interest. There are many choices, many support, many motivate of study profiles, and this is many learning settings. In traditional class, material and curriculum cover all learning, same material, same evaluation. Focus of learning is mastery of the material, not skill. Single choice mastery is the norm. Single choice mastery only. Time is not flexible, rigid. Depends. Ideas at a queue in class are interpreted same. And in traditional class, teacher who solve problems. And the teacher set the marking standard for the whole class. Assessment is carried out singly. But in differentiated class, learning is based on the readiness, interest, and learning profile of students, like that kind of saying. The focus of learning is the use of skill to understand the concept and principles. Use multi-option assignment, but in traditional class single choice. Flexible time, varied perspective on ideas and events that occur in the class. In differentiated class, students help other students with the teacher to solve problems, and students work with the teacher to achieve common goal. Assessment is carried in various ways, so it's very different between traditional class and differentiated class. What is component with differentiated learning? Differentiated learning in content. Using reading material with various reading level. Higher. So the student can read various material with level various. Provides teaching material in various forms of multimedia. So differentiated in process. Using tired activity. So number 2, provide a center of interest, because our students have many interests that I will encourage them to explore themselves. Develop a personal agenda and provide other direct support for students with special needs. This is not yet in Indonesia. Other direct support for students with special needs. Vary the time available for students to complete assignments. This is differentiated in product. Many choices and how to express a learning need. Use suitable rubric and broaden the diversity of students' skill level. Allow students to work alone or small group to complete assignments. Encourage students to make their own assignment. The last, differentiated in learning environment. Ensure there is a place in the room to work quietly and without distraction, such as the student with autism, the student with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder cannot learn with distraction. Providing material that reflect various cultures and develop activities that allow students to get help when the teacher is busy with other students. There are peers learning. Peers help students understand that there are students who need to move fully, while others will prefer to sit quietly. Move, and the others quietly. That differentiated in learning environment. Let's see the differentiated STEM involving students with special needs. There are identification and assessment of students with special needs. Then teacher make differentiated learning with to improve content, process, product, learning environment. So adjusted student condition, how to readiness, how to interest, how to learning profile student, then through learning strategies and various strategies to apply the student with special needs in setting inclusive. So, what is the problem right now in Indonesia? The implementation of inclusive education in Indonesia has tended to be mass classical. West Sumatra has also been declared an inclusive education province since 240. In terms of quantity, there are many inclusive schools, but from the quality aspect, there are still many things that needs to be improved, especially in the learning process. One of the causes of the failure of the student with special needs in inclusive school is the difficulty adjusting the demand of learning. Too much demand of learning for students with special needs causes they failure in inclusive school. There is a findings Marlina et al. Indicate that curriculum modification is appropriate to the condition disability of students with special needs, needed modification of the learning plan, and differentiated learning program for the students with special needs are needed that are in accordance with the potential and characteristic of specific needs. The teacher must understand all students in the class, how students learn, and how students make their learning choices. Teacher must make modification to the learning at last is in terms of the content. What is learning? The process, how the material is taught. The product, how to evaluate the learning. There is a purpose only two. Number one, to investigate the ability of teacher to implement the differentiated learning towards the student with special needs in the content, process, product, and the learning environment. Number two, to investigate the challenges encountered by the teacher during the implementation of differentiated learning when teaching to students with special needs. The research using mixing method, qualitative method using to explore data on teacher needs to apply implementing differentiated learning, and the quantitative descriptive method used to investigate the skill and the challenges in implementing differentiated learning for children with special needs. Participants serve to 62 inclusive school teachers from elementary, junior, and senior high school level. And this the table participant demographic condition. Setting and data collection technique. The first compile the differentiated learning manual. Then to validate the DL manual, we can see at link repository at Wednesday. The next trend participant with material, basic concept, and some after number 5. So instrument, DL questionnaire developed from Thierry Farrell and Tomlinson and Moon. Questionnaire challenges faced by teacher in implementing differentiated learning, Cobas and et al. And interview with open-ended questions were also conducted with teacher about the challenges faced in implementing differentiated learning. Result, teacher ability to apply differentiated learning. So, differentiated in content. Differentiated in content. In general, the score of the teacher ability to apply DL in content is still low, averaging below 10%. The lowest score lies in the item using the DL process in planning lesson, and the highest score on the item emphasize problem solving in students. Number 2, differentiated in process. Let me see this diagram. The lowest score is completion of assignment in based on the level of student ability, and differentiated in product. The lowest score is 9%. No, sorry, 8%. 8% assess learning outcome based on the result of the initial assessment. The last, differentiated in learning environment, the lowest score is 9%. Monitor student learning progress through progress report. So, how to challenge this space by teacher in applying in differentiated learning. Number 1. 75% of teachers have difficulty managing the class. How do we do it work? This happens because teacher doesn't know about characteristics of the student. They do not know how to accommodate students with special needs in regular class, and how to treat them by their units. Number 2, 72% of teachers have difficulty changing the role of the teacher to a facilitator. Teachers have difficulty changing their original role as a teacher who control the class into someone who facilitates the learning needs of all students. Too difficult for the teacher. Number 3, 75% of teachers have difficulty choosing suitable strategies in learning. Teachers are more likely to teach one strategy for all students. Number 4, 79% of teachers have difficulty in developing differentiated learning strategies. So means teachers still lack understanding of what is differentiated learning and how it is applied in various classrooms. Number 5, 63% of teachers have difficulty managing classrooms to accommodate all students with special needs. Means teachers have not been able to manage the class and accommodate the various learning needs of students with special needs. Number 6, 63% of teachers have difficulty providing technology-based learning media. Utilization of media, especially learning media suitable for certain types of students with special needs, is is rarely to apply in inclusive class. Number 7, 91% of teachers need training on how to use differentiated learning strategies. So, inshallah, in the next year, 2020, our research to be continue the research, especially to training and how to use a differentiated learning strategy for the teacher inclusive school. Discussion. The result of this study indicate that the teacher ability to apply differentiated learning is still low, but in terms of differentiated in content, process, product, and the learning environment. It means that training is needed on how to apply differentiated learning to inclusive school teachers. It requires a comprehensive understanding of students with special needs and how to assess differentiated learning, which includes student readiness, interest, and learning preference. Differentiated learning implementation will run well if you pay attention to the following principles. Number 1, a focus on skill in each content area. Number 2, responsiveness to the individual student differences. Number 3, integration of assessment and instruction. And number 4, an ongoing adjustment of content process, product, and environmental learning to meet individual students' level of prior knowledge, critical thinking, and expression style. The result of this study also showed that teachers face many challenges in implementing differentiated learning in inclusive schools. The challenge is caused by the teachers' lack of understanding of the characteristics and learning needs of students with special needs. And another challenge is because differentiated learning is still new in Indonesia. There are no schools that have implemented differentiated learning properly. The paradigm of thinking that curriculum demands become a necessity for all students to achieve. The teachers still think that students with must master the same material in the same way in the same time. This is our condition in Indonesia right now. Therefore, comprehensive training is needed to meet the learning needs of students with special needs and how to apply DL for students with special needs in inclusive school. Inclusive school must be able to accommodate all the learning needs of students with special needs, which include number 1, modification of curriculum. Number 2, modification of learning plan. Number 3, learning program tailored to preferences learned students with special needs. Thank you very much. Until the presentation for me, hopefully useful for us, and apologizing for any shortcoming. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Marlina, for delivering. Okay, sure, you can stop it. For delivering a meaningful topic to all of us. So we already collect 3 questions. The first question is, what is the example in differentiating product in inclusive school? You can answer it, Dr. Marina. I repeat again.
What is example?
What is the example of differentiating product in inclusive school?
The first time to implement it, differentiated learning in inclusive school is we must make a learning plan modification. So right now, please, the condition in Indonesia, learning plan is same for all students,
Yes.
including students with special needs. So must be accommodated, must be modification, especially to indicator learning objective. Okay.
Okay, Dr. Marlena. And the next questions is how to solve the age of problem that faced by school.
Wow.
There's so many.
Right now in Indonesia, especially West Sumatra, implementing inclusive education are still many barriers. If we see policy makers, so Indonesia is very good. Many policy about inclusive education, but in implementing, so many problems, such as the teacher must be use mindset of paradigm. The teacher must be learn the way say the student learn by the same strategy, the same evaluation, the same method. So this is not suitable for students with special needs in inclusive school. So my answer is this question.
Okay, that's all the answer. And we still have one questions, the last questions. The question is, how is the growth of inclusive school in Indonesia?
Thank you. The growth of and developing inclusive education
In Indonesia.
very good. Yeah, in aspect quantity, so many school is inclusive school. Many school is student with special needs can learn together student regular. But in aspect quality, especially learning process in Indonesia must be to improve, to achieve, how do we to assess, how do we to learn student with special needs with a confident characteristic, learning style, and conditions student with special needs.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer, Dr. Marlena. I think that's all about the questions. You have answered 3 questions. And I think that is all, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say thank you very much for our honorable speakers. The first speakers is Mr. David Evans and Professor Narimune Kawai and Professor Dr. Muhammad Muhammad Hanafi Muhammad Yasin, Kanokwan Fibel Patanakwa, and Dr. Marlena, who has been sharing interest and insightful speech. And also thank you to you all audience who has been paying full attention and participating in these sessions. I am Mutiara Frista Amsa, would like to apologize for any inconvention, mistake, words, and deeds. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have listened and passed all the presentation session with all the speakers. We had inspiring time, hoping that it will be beneficial for all of us. Finally, we are in the end of our event. Before closing, we would like to thank once again to the Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, the Dean of Faculty of Education of Universitas Negeri Padang, distinguished keynote speakers, all invited guests, and all participants. On behalf of the responsible committee, we would like to apologize if there is any inconvenience. And quick information for all the participants, the A certificates will be given to you after you fill the list of attendees. Stay safe, healthy, and keep motivated. See you again in the next event. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Tanah air peta pusaka abadi nan jaya Indonesia sejak dulu kala tetap dipuja-puja bangsa. Di sana tempat lahir beta, dibuai, dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari
Nama saya Maria Adeline Doroin. I'm from Capiz State University, Philippines. It's worth to remember and worth to share to the world.
Mabuhay UNP! Selain akreditasi dan juga fasilitas yang memadai, Universitas Negeri Padang juga mempersiapkan mahasiswanya untuk dapat bersaing di dunia pekerjaan termasuk di dunia internasional.
Universitas Negeri Padang memiliki fasilitas dan infrastruktur yang lengkap seperti laboratorium dan peralatan praktik yang canggih, perpustakaan pusat dan ruang baca yang tersebar di seluruh fakultas dan program studi, pusat bisnis, fasilitas olahraga, auditorium, masjid, klinik, asrama mahasiswa internasional, serta dukungan jaringan internet dengan kapasitas 2,5 GB per detik. Universitas Negeri Padang juga memiliki UNP Hotel and Convention standar hotel bintang 3. Capaian dan prestasi terbaik Universitas Negeri Padang dalam 4 tahun terakhir adalah Terbaik 1 PTN kategori BLU dalam program Kegiatan dan Anggaran tahun 2018. Penghargaan dari Menristek Dikti sebagai penyelenggara kontes mobil hemat listrik terbaik tahun 2018. Penghargaan sebagai PTN pengelola aset terbaik di Indonesia. Universitas Negeri Padang juga berhasil menjadi juara 1 PTN Satker dan BLU yang berhasil melaksanakan SPMI dan pembudayaan mutu tingkat nasional. Capaian berikutnya adalah UNP dinobatkan sebagai perguruan tinggi terbaik 2 nasional dalam pelayanan informasi melalui website dan penghargaan sebagai perguruan tinggi informatif di Indonesia. Mahasiswa Universitas Negeri Padang berprestasi dan berkontribusi dalam berbagai bidang seperti akademik, olahraga, seni dan budaya, baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Dalam rangka mewujudkan visi sebagai universitas unggul dan bermartabat di Asia tahun 2024, UNP kini fokus meningkatkan kualitas program studi untuk terakreditasi unggul di BAN-PT, serta mendapat sertifikat dan akreditasi internasional. Tahun 2019, 4 program studi berhasil mendapatkan sertifikat AUNQA dan 4 prodi akan divisitasi tahun 2020. Saat ini, 12 program studi sedang dipersiapkan untuk akreditasi internasional ASIN. Universitas Negeri Padang juga menyelenggarakan 15 kelas internasional dan 1 program dual degree. Program Studi Pendidikan Luar Biasa (PLB) merupakan salah satu program studi di Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan yang berada di Kampus 4 Universitas Negeri Padang. Berdiri sejak tahun 1994, program studi pendidikan luar biasa bertujuan menghasilkan pendidik dan tenaga kependidikan di bidang pendidikan luar biasa. Kampus PLB FIP UNP terletak di Limau Manis, berada di ketinggian lebih kurang 500 meter di atas permukaan laut. Program studi pendidikan luar biasa bertekad mewujudkan visi menjadi salah satu lembaga yang unggul di kawasan Asia Tenggara dalam menghasilkan pendidik dan